when every inch was carved and sewn to unravel the senses. Here suites of the world's most beautiful Maharanis and Maharajas tell untold tales of their life and time. Welcome to the living palaces of Taj. Welcome to luxury crafted by time. Wander through stories of love and valor, and let your discerning mind sail across 4 centuries, where a dinner seems to be slow cooked for hundreds of years. Let your soul be spellbound by a spiritual days. Feast where praises echo effortlessly from one end to the other. Can you hear me over there? Here every moment is set in traditions as old as time. And many lifetimes seem to be rolled into this one. As your stay gracefully strolls along, you'll find that time has lost its effect on you. Here, yesterday is today, is tomorrow. The living palaces of Taj. Luxury crafted by time.
Welcome to India Global Forum, where India meets the world and the world meets India. Hear from the most dynamic business leaders and technology disruptors as they share their insights and secrets of success. Meet and network with the most influential, the most innovative, and the most enterprising. India Global Forum is the agenda-setting platform. Visit www.indiaglobalforum.com.
Welcome to the second day of India Global Forum. We are here to explore and shine a light on New India Inc., India's digital transformation. Delighted to be here in Bengaluru at the Taj West End, India's Garden City. We're in India's city of science and technology, bringing together entrepreneurs, senior government officials, business leaders, all who are driving really positive change. An enormous hello to our online audience. Hello to you around the world. And if anyone here sees something that they would like to share, please do use our hashtag IGF Summit. You will want to share today because we have an incredible program. We're going to be exploring India's plans for ambitious financial growth with the Honorable Finance Minister, Nirmala Sitharaman, and we will bring her questions from 30 of India's unicorns to her on the stage. There's so much more to come, but first of all, to welcome us, kick us off, I'd like to welcome founder of India Global Forum, chairman and CEO of India Inc. Group, Professor Manoj Ladwa. Happy International Women's Day.
Happy International Women's Day as well to you.
How are you?
I'm a little nervous.
Are you?
Absolutely fine, no, thank you very much.
Good, you've got some special announcements for us.
I've got a few things to say. So
All right.
We'll leave you to it?
I'll leave you to it.
Okay,
I'll be
thank
over
you
here
very
if you
much.
need me.
Thank you. Friends, over the last day and a half, we've been deliberating and debating what New India Inc. means to India and also to the world. We've showcased Digital India. We've showcased the power and potential of Skilled India and indeed of Stand-up India. But friends, what better example of the new, modern, aspirational India than having Her Excellency the Honorable Finance Minister of India in our midst, the first ever female Finance Minister of India. Please give her a very warm welcome. And Madam, you may have noticed, and I may have breached some protocol, there were no flowers, there were no garlands, there were no sweets. Because I wanted to welcome you on behalf of everybody here, our members and our partners, with a commitment. And that commitment is that through India Global Forum, we're announcing today an investors network. A network that will come together and support, through mentorship, through money, and through networks, Indian entrepreneurs to go global. And Madam, on this wonderful day of International Women's Day, I'm proud that we will make the first commitment to support 75 women entrepreneurs go global. And 75 is a magic number, because it is India's independence, 75 years of independence. And I'm delighted to share with you some of our friends that have come together as our founders of this network. It's open to many others, so please, if you're interested, do join us. The second is an invitation to join the journey of India Global Forum as we take the story of India Inc. globally. We're in Dubai in December. We're here in the epicenter of New India Inc. in Bangalore. In a few months in June, we will be in London, then in New York in October, and then back to Dubai, telling the story of the dynamic, aspirational new India. So please join us. We'll be announcing a program of membership as well in the coming weeks, and we'd like you to be part of this. Not because you're interested in making money or making networks, but because we're all proud of this country and the good that this country and the force for good that it can do for the world. That's our primary objective. And if along the way you do make some money and you make some great networks, so be it. But our primary objective is much higher. So without further ado, I'm delighted to welcome on the stage Her Excellency, the Honorable Finance Minister of India, Nirmala Sitharaman.
Thank you very much. Where do you want me to be?
Thank you. Come and have a seat here.
Out here?
Happy International Women's Day.
Thank you very much, and to you too.
Thank you very much. So lovely to be with you. This conversation will be in two parts, so I'll have a few minutes with the Honourable Minister, and then we're going to invite our collection of unicorns to ask a few questions. Is that okay?
Absolutely fine.
So, Prime Minister Modi has been speaking about Amrit Kaul, and your recent budget is really designed around putting this into action. Taking, as Manoj said a moment ago, India from 75 years to 100 years of independence. And the world has taken note of this incredibly ambitious budget document. Ambitious goals of inclusive growth, technology-aided development, healthcare transformation, energy transition and climate action, and a cycle of investment fueled by the private sector. And interesting that Manoj made that announcement just a moment ago. But I'd love you to give me an overview of what you're trying to do.
Thank you for having me here, and also thanks, Manoj. You've always been one of those very energetic, trying to get India on the top always, and that effort has actually today taken shape like this. And I'm very appreciative of all the efforts that you're putting to get India across to the globe. This budget is somewhat special in that it continues from the last, which was a pandemic time creation, the budget itself, coming up with the formulations for recovering the Indian economy since after the COVID-19. But even as we did that, soon after the budget was announced, you had the second wave, and we had to supplement the announcements made in the budget with additional doses of support to the sections which were hard hit by the second wave. So bringing that to be continued from last year, because we took the formulation that capital expenditure through public building of infrastructure itself will be the only route through which our recovery can be expedited. But this becomes special because not only because you're continuing from last year, but also making sure that recognizing we are at the 75th year of India's independence. The next 25 years leading India to be at 100 years are very critical for our development. For such a development where you shall be the leader in very many areas where our Indian youth have shown their capacity in using technology, in showing that entrepreneurial skill without having to be, run of the mill, by being great disruptors. So we understood the strength, and that has been manifested in very clear ways, in that for a country during the pandemic, with all the lockdown and its restrictions, you still could manage 42 or 45 unicorns within 2 years. That's actually the power of the youth, the power of idea, the power of showing that entrepreneurs are capable of delivering. And that's what we saw during these 2 years. So this budget is special because we recognize that power. We recognize that nearly 60% of Indian population are young and revving to move, and that Indian population, which is all below 30 years of age, will in the next 25 years be the next generation to bring out the best talents that India can put out. Therefore, we wanted this budget to speak for the next 25 years, create an India where not just basic amenities, but technology-driven amenities will be available, give every facilitation that these startups require, these young entrepreneurs require, and make sure for that the basic framework and fundamentals of infrastructure, whether it is optical fiber, whether you need the necessary framework for Industrial Revolution 4.0, whether you can have deep dive into deep tech, for which you need certain kinds of investments. We have announced all that in this year. So when we refer to the Amrit Kal, it's more and more of digitization, more and more of technology, infusing technology into a country in every aspect of our business is going to be a challenge, because we are also labor rich in the sense intense skilled, semi-skilled, partly skilled, high technology skilled youngsters are in abundance. So how are we going to have these two sit side by side without hurting each other?
Tell me about that. How are you going to have these two sit by side?
That is where this budget is very unique. One of the examples where I can answer this question of yours is when we chose 14 champion sectors for which the government would give for every additional unit that they may produce incentive. We made it a point to understand that these have to be such units, manufacturing units, which can scale up big time, which can produce for India but also produce in India for exports, capture the global market, for which our youngsters have enough skill, and we also have to supplement upskilling the resources which are required for upskilling their skills. So the selection of the champion sectors, for which the very popular productivity linked incentive, even in this budget we've given a huge big allocation for it. So the productivity linked incentives given to 14 champion sectors were chosen because they are the ones which can scale up. They are the ones which can also bring in great labor employment potential, and they are the ones which will now give India the additional strength and also leverage the technology abilities that we have. So the 14 champion sectors for which government is giving all the incentive are the ones which have a very good balance of technology and using of human resources.
Do you want to say more about those 14 sectors?
They are also sunrise sectors largely. They are also the new sectors where we want India to have the lead, not without reason, because we have the skills for it, we have the scaling up potential here, and especially when since early 2020 the world is looking for sourcing their materials, sourcing the requirements that they have, consumers also looking for markets and for being part of the global value chain from outside of just one country. Why not it be 1 + 1? I'm not naming the country, that country plus one. We are not just +1 now, we are the one on many things, and we are the one in that country which is fairly law abiding, has shared value systems with many of the democratic countries, and above all truly democratic, I would think, truly democratic. Let people tell us that we are noisy in democracy, but that's how it should be. Democracy, after all of us will have to speak, and democracy is what India stands out for. And I don't want to take this opportunity to lecture, but we are truly 916 kdm gold worth democracy.
So we're all mindful of the lives that were lost during the pandemic. The recovery, as you mentioned, has been incredibly powerful, and that story of the number of unicorns birthed in the last 2 years is truly remarkable. India's GDP growth forecast to be the fastest of all the large economies, 9.2% for 21-22. But the challenge, not just for you, but for every finance minister in the world, is to revive the private consumption while containing inflation. And we spoke yesterday to some of these folks about the challenges of that, about supply chains. So I wonder how you look at this. How are you going to approach this challenge?
I see that the private consumption is already sort of picked up, and picked up significantly. It can pick up more is a different issue. But for us to pretend that private consumption has to be addressed separately as different from addressing the supply side issues is also trying to ignore the fact that economy is not watertight compartments. They are not several compartments which doesn't flow from one to another. And when you give a good substantial push to a supply driven solution, the benefits of that accrue to the demand side also. It is very well to constantly remind ourselves that we need to address the demand side issues. The way in which an economy like India addresses its demand side issues is also to look at the bottommost layer of our population, which has several disadvantages. You need to ensure that they don't remain hungry. We need to give them food. We need to ensure that they are not uncertain about the food requirements that they and their family may have, and also to meet their emergency expenditures which arise out of, let's say, health situations. For health emergency, we have given our population the Prime Minister health scheme through which paperless and Pradhan Mantri Arogya Yojana, that's what I was looking for. Arogya is health. So the PMAY is the one which enables many common citizens of this country who are particularly in the bottommost rung, paperless, cashless medical facility in most of the government hospitals, in all government hospitals, and in some empaneled private hospitals as well. So not only the medical health of that individual, but every member of the family is being taken care of. It's a kind of government ensuring their health requirements. Second. And third, we are also, during the lockdown, I distinctly remember, we had given money directly using the DBT for the elder citizens, the senior citizens, particularly women among them, and also for women in the households, of the poorer households, and the disabled, who we call as Divyang. So for their requirements, for the lockdown period requirements, cash was transferred into their accounts. So when we do all this, we aim to see them being able to address their demands with cashless system or with some money where it is required. One small example I will like to take is in the last 3 years, generic drugs being sold through outlets, which are called Jan Aushadhi Kendras. Aushad is medicine, Jan is common citizen. So medicinal requirements that you, pharma requirements, you go to a pharmacy and take your medicines on payment, you pay certain amount for a branded drug. Whereas even if it's OTC, whereas when unbranded generic drug which can serve the same purpose is sold through the Jan Aushadhi Kendra, they are sold for, I am consciously saying this, 1/10 of the price in some cases, let's say 1/5 of a price in some others. Even life-saving drugs are available in these Jan Aushadhi Kendras for absolutely unbelievable rates, which many people have said has cut down the medical or medicine requirements of the family by at least 1/3. And if that is the kind of difference that we are making to the common person's lives, these are also demand side of the economies. You take care of the medical requirements, you take care of their medicines, you give them some cash to live, and make sure till March 31st this year, clear 2 years after the COVID set foot, we've given free food grains for the bottommost rung of the population. 2 full years. I'm not sure if any other part of the world has seen the poor being supplemented for food requirements. And also cooking gas was given to them during the lockdown period that year till December in 2020. So the demand side is being addressed in the ways in which it directly makes a difference to the daily livelihood of the person, and probably not in the way in which some of our opposition leaders want it. Each of us suit ourselves and we pick up a formulation which makes the most difference to the person at the ground. It doesn't matter that I may not take the suggestion given by an opposition, but if my way is not effective, I'm ready to be scrutinized and criticized. But it is effective, and we are saying it.
I'd love to ask you loads more questions. We've got people champing at the bit here, but one more.
And would you suggest I talk less in answers?
No, I think you're doing a great job.
So that you can have more people ask questions.
One question I want to ask before we open it up to the floor. You're looking to boost India's digital economy, and that's a large part of the budget. Part of this is launching a digital rupee in the next year. Tell me a little more about that.
That was a conscious call taken in consultation with the Central Bank, Reserve Bank of India. There's a lot of momentum, I know, and this is a topic you've touched, only restricted to the digital currency, but I'm sure the audience here will be waiting for me to say something on the crypto world itself.
Don't worry, it may be coming. The question may be coming, I'm warning you.
So the digital currency is something which we've had a lot of consultation with the Reserve Bank, and we would like them to design it the way they would like to do it. But this year, we expect the currency to come out from the central bank itself, because we see clear advantages in a central bank driven digital currency, because in this day and age, bulk payments happening between countries, large transactions between institutions, large transactions between central banks themselves of each country are all better enabled with the digital currency, and therefore we think the RBI would be looking to see how best they can come out with it.
Excellent. All right, well, there may be more questions. We have with us over 30 of India's unicorns in the room, excess valuation of 100 billion. My colleague Laura is going to join us on stage, and she's been speaking to some of them. So, Laura, I know they've got some questions for the Honourable Minister.
They do. First and foremost, I'd just like to say what an honour it is to have you here today. Thank you so much for joining us. A very promising outlook and a great dialogue there, so thank you so much. Yes, we're going to throw to our audience members now, in particular, our unicorns. As you mentioned, there are 30% of India's unicorns right here in the room today, so very exciting indeed. Now, I'm going to throw out to our first unicorn is Harsh Jain, the CEO and co-founder of Dream 11 and Dream Sports, who's here with us. Do stand up, and I'll come on over with the microphone and give us your question to the Minister.
Thank you, ma'am, for having us here. It's a pleasure and honor to be here. First of all, I'd like to say thank you so much that the government, my name is Harsh Jain and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Dream 11. We're from the gaming ecosystem. So I'd like to say thank you so much for recognizing the gaming ecosystem with this budget and the fact that India can be a gaming superpower with the AVGC policies that you've been looking at. The question is that now that we have a direction that the government is going to look at regulating it and helping to grow the 10,000 crores tax that we're already paying, we want to extend this and become the true gaming superpower that India can be. How can we facilitate with the Finance Ministry more clarity on things like GST so that we can take this even further?
Just clarity or more?
Clarity and a positive outcome, ma'am, if you may.
Welcome for anything. You can always communicate with anybody in the ministry, or if you desire, I can have a separate meeting where the secretaries can be present. You can coordinate with all your AVCG team, yes, get as many participants to attend. We can always, across the table, discuss as to what are the issues which worry you as regards GST, and any issues related to simplification or compliance. As much as anything else, I'm quite willing to talk.
Thank you.
So once you let me know, I can always have a list of you and your colleagues, and also any competitor that you may have in the field to come over.
Collaborator, ma'am.
Collaborators? Yeah, all right.
Thank you, ma'am. We'd definitely take you up on that.
Brilliant question there, thank you. We move on over now to Ashish Singhal, founder and CEO of CoinSwitch, who was also on my panel yesterday.
Hello, ma'am. It's an honor to be here. The most dreaded sector, the crypto sector, and I represent that.
I told you it was coming.
But it's a very welcome move of the taxation in the budget, I must say. And my question goes obviously to the crypto industry in itself, which is the sector has seen tremendous growth in the last 1.5 to 2 years, not just in India, but globally as well. Now, many leading nations are taking the step forward in regulating this sector. What are your views, ma'am, in regulating the sector in India, and how do you see this progressing, the crypto sector, the VDA sector in India going forward?
You know, the antennas go up when I talk of crypto. Well, the consultations are on. You're welcome to participate in it. Anybody else here who's interested in this domain, you're welcome to participate. After the consultation process gets duly completed, the ministry would sit and probably mull over it, which is required because we need the executive to be sure that we are not, crossing any legal requirements. It's saying, what's our position on it? I know you've sort of led me to say, are we regulating it or are we banning it? I'm not getting into it now. But after that, after the consultation, yes, we'll be talking about it. And I'm glad you welcomed the taxation.
Do you see a future for crypto within India?
You know, many Indians have seen a lot of future in it. And therefore I see a possibility for revenue in it.
A great question and, of course, a great answer. We move on now to Umang Bedi, co-founder of Verse Innovation.
Good morning, ma'am. I just want to start off by saying that on International Women's Day, as a father and as a husband, it just gives me immense pride to see what you're doing in your position. And I think you're such a huge inspiration to women around the world and in our country. My question is really leading on the 3 points that you raised. One, I think this has been an iconic budget from so many ways, right? It is a true recognition of a digital-first budget. The second part that you talked about with unicorns being formed and the pace at which innovation and capital is growing. How do you think these two can get married in the sense that what can startups do in conjunction with the government to drive innovation, to fuel the growth that you've charted out for the next 25 years?
I'll reframe your question. What can startups do? What else and what more can startups do in conjunction with the government? Because I think in the last few years, since after the Prime Minister announced startups and the momentum for, startups and the support that the government has to give for the startups. In 2016, we had a major gathering in the Vigyan Bhavan with the Prime Minister inviting all the startups then. Since after that, I think the government has been constantly engaging with startups from Bengaluru, from Hyderabad, from Gurgaon, and trying to work to see how we can facilitate. But of course, every time I come to to Bengaluru, because I'm an MP from this region, we've had different segments within the startups meet us and talk to us. That need not be informal. If you want a formal mechanism, you're always, and I think the Department of Industry and Internal Trade, DPIIT, is also the nodal ministry, and they are also engaging with the startups. But if you think you would be better off engaging with the finance ministry, I'm quite open. I'll fix up a date in let's say in 1.5 year, and again another date in the second half year. And we can always have a lot of exchanges. But even otherwise, you're welcome to write to the ministry, send an email, we are there responding to it. So you choose the way in which you want to engage with us, over and above all that is happening already. I'm quite okay with it.
There was a suggestion yesterday that people wanted more accelerators to help startups. Do you want to address that at all?
I'm not averse to it. I'm quite okay. But tell me where you want to locate it, how do you want to have it, and what are the ways in which you see an acceleration required. Okay. I'm okay to work with it.
All right.
Thank you, Rest. We have another question from Kunal Shah, who's the founder and CEO of Cred. Here we go. What's your question?
Ma'am, it's an honor to be here. out of the unicorns that came, I think bulk of them were fintechs, and the volume of fintech unicorns is likely to just keep rising. Would like to get the government's view on two topics, particularly digital lending through fintechs particularly, and how do you see role of neobanks or digital banks going forward? Will it eventually move away from the current players and have more players participate in that?
Banks.
Yes.
This budget, again, is unique in having announced that through the country we'll set up 75, and when I say through the country, I immediately want to correct myself saying if I'm talking digital, what am I talking through the country? You can all be here in Bengaluru but still be through the country. So 75 DBUs, digital banking units, have been announced in this budget. Now, even as I'm talking, or when we were talking about it, there was this thought coming in the minds of people who normally put the checks and balances into the system, said, will you have that many number of promoters coming to set up digital banking units? Because when we announce something, gone are the days when it means government is going to do it. We announce our intention saying we like to see it this way, we want people to benefit from this, and when we announce it, we say we'll make an enabling policy for it and make sure if there are some hand-holding required, we'll provide it. But it certainly does not mean that that is going to be done by the government exclusively. So when I announced 75 DBUs, digital banking units, implicitly it meant that we are looking at people who want to set it up and we'll be with them. Now, I'm glad you asked that question, and I like to see you being the first one to set up a DBU and soon be followed by many others looking at your success to have many more DBUs in this country. We want DBUs because India is at a stage where, in spite of 75 years of pushing through a nationalized banking network, banking and financial inclusion has really not been as much as what we wanted it to be, and that made Prime Minister to come up with the Jan Dhan Yojana in 2014, where he said, I want every individual families to have accounts. I want every individual to have account. And it was on a mission mode that we worked, because I do remember being in the finance ministry then as the junior minister and working on the PM Jan Dhan Yojana. And it is because of that, let me tell you, that during the pandemic, and because simultaneously we built on the Aadhaar, the DBT and everything else, we were able to deliver at the doorstep through the DBT the kind of monies which had to reach them. Whether it was for relief, whether it is their due entitlements, everything reached because of the DBT and because of the digitized approach to banking. Now that digitized approach will have to now convert itself to be completely served through digital means. And I think our citizens have lapped up digital apps for various functions. The success of India Stack and the success of the ways in which DBT has now become one of the very efficient tools of transaction is because the common citizen of India has absolutely without hesitation taken it on, on his little phone, but he's proud to do his business with a QR code kept in front. So that support from the common citizen assures me that digital banking is that what they want rather than what is the way forward for the government. We'll have to walk along with them. We'll have to provide the facility for it. So that's, did I miss your first question? Yeah, digital lending. Let me tell you very briefly. What was this aggregator? Accounts aggregator. We said every individual's credit transactions or his bank operations are all data available. If there are authorized account aggregators functioning, and if you're able to therefore access data which is necessary for, let us say, credit inclusion of an individual, it is happening through the account aggregator. So digital banking there, digital credit extension there.
Thank you so
Happy
much.
to become one of the first DBUs? Okay.
One last point which I would like to answer there. is also the fintech's growth is not surprising me. Haven't we come up with a global financial center, IFSC, in Gujarat? And that is going to now create so many different options, so many different ways in which fintechs can service. And this is going to be a service the globe with your fintech skills. So it is not just for us, it's not just within India. So fintech growing as a result of the government's push for a global financial services center is only but natural, and I'm very glad it's happening.
Thank you so much. We're going to now throw out to the rest of our unicorns, and then hopefully after that to the wider audience. So please do get some good questions going. We do have some more time. So if you are a unicorn, you have another question, please do raise your hand, and I'll come over with the microphone. Do we have any more? Yes. Please do tell us who you are and your company name as well. Thank you.
Good morning, ma'am. My name is Rahul. I represent Swiggy. We are a food delivery platform. One thing which I would like to bring to your attention is the whole FDI bit for Indian companies. So historically, mostly strategic capital used to come through the FDI route, but today it's a lot more investor capital, which is financial in nature. They do not want to control these companies. So the whole concept of majority foreign owned, but India controlled. So is that something that the government will be willing to look at? Because that will help us to unlock a lot more value creation within the country.
But isn't that what has driven our FDI policy for various sectors? Because we are looking at investment capital. We are looking at even, in fact, we've gone to the extent of saying we're quite happy for them to be in the board. If they choose not to be in the board, very welcome, that's their choice. But we have enabled fund coming in, investment funds coming in, and also opening up the management in such a way that it is completely democratized, and to the extent of one's share capital, a space in the board is naturally, through the company's law, works. But if you choose to say out, that's very well. Nobody is going to restrict them from bringing in investment capital and also equally compelling them to sit in the board. No board, no choice, that's fine.
Right. So a specific question on that, ma'am, just if I had a follow-on question on that, is basically the restrictions that are on foreign controlled companies, right? The FDI restrictions that exist in the country. Now specifically for domestically grown up startups which have financial majority ownership from foreign capital, we kind of get restricted in the same FDI bucket. So maybe I'll present a paper to your office.
You can please present the paper and I'll gladly look into it. It's one thing to talk about investable fund, investable capital, and a totally different thing if you talk about investment companies, right?
Absolutely.
So do send me
financial capital. So thank you.
Great question. Do we have any more questions from our unicorns in the audience? Any more questions from our unicorns? There's going to be one last chance. If not, I think we're going to throw out to our wider audience over here. Please do tell us who you are and where you're from as well, please. Here we go.
Thank you, ma'am. Myself, Dr. Vijay Holimut. I'm founder of Witsbox IT Solution. So we do make chips, fibrous chips. So we have customers across the globe. One of my major concerns is that we do have customers in China as well. So they have a law to protect IPs for Chinese companies if there is a conflict. So there is a Beijing Trade Center, and then in collaboration with the WTO, they can resolve it. But I haven't seen any things from the Indian government. I was in touch with the Ministry of Foreign Trade. So the answer was not encouraging. So I was wondering how we can protect our IPs. Especially we are in processors, graphics computing. I think you might be knowing AMD or Intel companies. We are into that. So we are export oriented. I'm concerned about how we protect our IPs I would like to have assistance from the Indian government. Thank you.
I think on IPs, I'd like to believe in the last few years, extensive consultation had happened. Please do sit down. Consultation had happened. A policy was put out. The policy was adapted later. After the consultation, it was adopted. Several mechanisms to reduce the time from the time of application to get the approval has been made. The time has been reduced. and also the number of approval giving specialists who are got to be recruited had also been brought in. There was an IPAB, the Intellectual Property Appellate Board, which got revamped. It was abolished. The entire process had to be cut down in terms of any litigation that arises out of it. And in fact, I was saying yesterday when I met up with the startups, I recognize and I fully appreciate the effort the Delhi High Court has made, in that they've set up a separate bench to take care of litigation arising out of increasing number of patent related, copyright related cases, and that is now going to be spread all over the country. You're going to have probably in Bengaluru, in Chennai, or Bengaluru, Hyderabad and Mumbai. So no backlogs in litigation, speedy disposal, and also a judicious approach to the matter. The framework has also been made, rules have been set, and this is all about handling cases arising out of conflicts, dispute arising out of IP related matters. That's moving fast. I can see it. I was part of the High Court where I went to inaugurate this whole bench that they've set. So a separate bench to handle. But if you're asking me about specific time that it takes for a patent to be registered and to be carefully protected through proper rules, I'm possibly giving you a second-hand answer, second-hand information-based answer, but I'll certainly take it up and check up if there's any issue. But you're welcome to write to me if there are any specific issues that you want me to look into and get sorted out.
Thank you. So we want to get a little bit of audience participation at this point. We've got a couple of poll questions and we'll come back in a moment. So if you have questions, in a moment put your hand up and we'll come to you. First of all, we want to ask you a question about, do you think that the boom in unicorns that we've seen would have happened without the pandemic? So do you think that yes or no? Would the unicorn boom have happened without the pandemic? Yes? Okay. Anyone for no? Anyone think it would have happened without the pandemic? Okay, a couple. Should we get why do you think that?
I think every crisis accelerates a behavior that's more efficient, and I think everybody was forced to adopt more digital behavior. I think crisis accelerates efficiency and eventualities, and what happened is because of the restrictions, a lot of people actually were forced to or had to adopt digital things, and I think that accelerated a behavior change. Just give an example, my dad, who was averse to apps, thanks to the COVID vaccination and everything, was out there downloading the app and figuring out everything on his own, and now he's pretty much on his own on all the apps. So I think it was just, there was a CTO in every household between the age group of 14 and 21, and eventually everybody else became tech savvy as well.
Thank you. We've got another question as well, which is just on the screen behind me. Which do you think had the biggest impact in creating unicorns in India? You can see the choices. Who thinks demographics? All right. What about a strong startup ecosystem? Some more votes for that. What about government initiatives? All right, you know who your friends are here in the room. What about venture capital and other investor appetite? Strong support for that. What about anything else? Other? Right, so
there should have been one more.
What was that?
All of this.
Thank you. All right. What other questions have we got from the audience?
We're going to throw out to the audience one more time. Let's This lovely lady over here, if you tell us who you are and where you're from as well, please.
Thank you. I'm Shweta Rajpal Kohli from Sequoia Capital, India. And I think initiatives like the India Global Forum that are talking about taking Indian startups global is a fantastic move. And ma'am, under your leadership, both your ministries, the Ministry of Corporate Affairs as well as the Ministry of Finance, has moved significantly forward on the proposal to allow startups to list directly overseas. And we strongly believe, as we engage with many founders like the ones you see in this room and unicorns, that they are now ready to perhaps tap overseas capital markets. We'd love to understand if there's any movement forward on that reform, which we think will be the biggest game changer for putting Indian startups on the global map.
You're aware of the position. We moved forward and we'll move forward.
Ma'am, any timelines, because startups are waiting to understand this?
That's more like a journalist's question rather than a business's question.
Yes, any more questions? Obviously in line with our theme, the New India Inc. Yes, a gentleman over there. Maybe there's a microphone at that end, so I don't have to run over. Yes, you just tell us who you are and where you're from as well, please.
Very good morning, ma'am. My name is Manohar. I'm CFO at ShareChat. We are a regional language social media platform. My question to you is, as we see more investor interest globally, there is a small restriction that is put on foreign portfolio investors from investing in foreign direct investments. And considering that we want to supercharge the investment ecosystem, is there a thought process in terms of resolving this as public market investors start looking at private companies more keenly? Should we think in the direction of resolving this, which will probably open more capital doors?
How will you want us to solve it?
This restriction looks like, it was probably very good in older days, but now the lines between public and private companies is blurring, and all it needs is for them to go through the process of setting up a new entity. The same entity cannot invest in FDI and FPI. If we can take some steps in direction of resolving this, maybe on a case-by-case basis, that would, I think, open many more capitals for us.
Let me work out something.
Thank you.
Time about 5 more minutes. There's 2 questions just in there. Obviously, on International Women's Day, delighted to take questions from women, especially.
Tell us who you are and where you're from, please.
My name is Bharti Harish, and I run a boutique called Madhurya to promote Indian heritage weaves and crafts. My question to ma'am specifically is that among the unicorns, there are only 5 women. So I would like to, she's our first woman finance minister. I would like to understand from her what should we as women change in our attitude or outlook so that we can come more confidently to the forefront and lead and become more unicorns as well.
They should just observe you. Soft and gentle but firm. I've seen your hand being put up 3-4 times and finally the mic reached you. Perseverance.
Thank you.
Well, that is a good moment to end on. So we want to thank all of you for your attention, for participating, and for your commitment to building the New India Inc. And thank you so much, Honourable Minister, for being with us here this morning. Happy International Women's Day.
Thank you very much, and it was great being here.
Thank you. We'll be back in just a moment. There's a networking break, and we look forward to seeing you shortly for a discussion on an inspiring journey with Executive Chair of Biocon, Kiran Mazumdar-Shaw. See you in a moment.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
It's helped build everything we have. But to keep moving forward, we need to leave carbon behind. At Standard Chartered, we believe money can be a force for good. So we're partnering with our clients to transition to clean energy where it's needed most. It's just one of the ways we're creating a brighter, carbon-free future. We're Standard Chartered, and we're here for good.
Digital revolution has changed the way we think. And in this era driven by information and technology, we at Daily Hunt are committed to our mission.
Daily Hunt was born with a mission to empower the next billion Indians to discover, consume, and socialize content which entertains and enriches them.
Since our inception, we have been pioneering the online news aggregation world. Started with 700 print partners, we have successfully moved to recommendation-based, hyper-local, deeply personalized, vernacular content. Powered by artificial intelligence and machine learning technology, we are making path-breaking innovations. We are persistently working towards multiple recommendation model and A-logs, which has helped us in delivering personalized content mixed with important and breaking news notifications. Our innovation and drive to deliver the best has consistently positioned us the #1 consumer app.
We're the #1 app on the App Store in the news category. We're ranked in terms of time spent the highest by both App Annie and by Comscore.
At Daily Hunt, we believe in creating opportunities. An opportunity where we are blessed to serve Bharat by delivering you unbiased news, unbiased views. Daily Hunt, India's most trusted news app.
There is a life designed for the kings. A life from the time we only know legends of. A time when palaces weren't built on reason, but sculpted on a whim. When luxury wasn't manufactured for the few, it was handcrafted for the one. A time when every inch was carved and sewn to unravel the senses. Hear suites of the world's most beautiful Maharanis and Maharajas tell untold tales of their life and time. Welcome to the living palaces of Taj. Welcome to luxury crafted by time. Wander through stories of love and valor, and let your discerning mind sail across 4 centuries, where a dinner seems to be slow cooked for hundreds of years. Let your soul be spellbound by a spiritual days. Feast where praises echo effortlessly from one end to the other. Can you hear me over there? Your every moment is set in traditions as old as time. And many lifetimes seem to be rolled into this one. As your stay gracefully strolls along, you'll find that time has lost its effect on you. today is tomorrow. We live in palaces of Taj, luxury crafted by time.
carbon. It's helped build everything we have. But to keep moving forward, we need to leave carbon behind. At Standard Chartered, we believe money can be a force for good. So we're partnering with our clients to transition to clean energy where it's needed most. It's just one of the ways we're creating a brighter, carbon-free future. We're Standard Chartered, and we're here for good.
Digital revolution has changed the way we think. And in this era driven by information and technology, we at Daily Hunt are committed to our mission.
Daily Hunt was born with a mission to empower the next billion Indians to discover, consume, and socialize content which entertains and enriches them.
Since our inception, we have been pioneering the online news aggregation world. Started with 700 print partners, we have successfully moved to recommendation-based, hyper-local, deeply personalized, vernacular content. Powered by artificial intelligence and machine learning technology, we are making path-breaking innovations. We are persistently working towards multiple recommendation model and A-logs, which has helped us in delivering personalized content mixed with important and breaking news notifications. Our innovation and drive to deliver the best has consistently positioned us the #1 consumer app.
We're the #1 app on the App Store in the news category. We're ranked in terms of time spent the highest by both App Annie and by ComScore.
At Daily Hunt, we believe in creating opportunities. An opportunity where we are blessed to serve Bharat by delivering you unbiased news, unbiased views. Daily Hunt, India's most trusted news app.
There is a life designed for the kings. A life from the time we only know legends of. A time when palaces weren't built on reason, but sculpted on a whim. When luxury wasn't manufactured for the few, it was handcrafted for the one. A time when every inch was carved and sewn to unravel the senses. Hear suites of the world's most beautiful Maharanis and Maharajas tell untold tales of their life and time. Welcome to the living palaces of Taj. Welcome to luxury crafted by time. Wander through stories of love and valor and let your discerning mind sail across 4 centuries, where a dinner seems to be slow cooked for hundreds of years. Let your soul be spellbound by a spiritual days. Feast where praises echo effortlessly from one end to the other. Can you hear me over there? Your every moment is set in traditions as old as time. And many lifetimes seem to be rolled into this one. As your stay gracefully strolls along, you'll find that time has lost its effect on you. Here, yesterday is today, is tomorrow. The living palaces of Taj. Luxury crafted by time.
Welcome back. So this is a special session now called Inspiring Journeys. We've had these in London, we've had these in Dubai, and it's a moment when we dive into an entrepreneurial journey, with somebody that we really want you to meet. And today we have a special guest for you. Our guest is Executive Chair of Biocon, Kiran Mazumdar-Shaw. Why don't you come on up? Happy International Women's Day.
To you too.
Please.
Last night.
So,
to everyone for that matter.
What's that?
I said Happy International Women's Day to everyone.
Exactly. So you were India's first billionaire woman entrepreneur, founding Biocon, India's first biotech company. And you did this at a time when women's entrepreneurship, not only in India, but in a lot of places in the world, was at, shall we say, a nascent stage. Can you give me a little flavor about what that was like?
Well, you know, I set up my company Biocon in 1978 in a country that was very under-resourced. It was at the height of what we used to call the license Raj, because you needed permits and permissions for every single thing. And of course, it was a time when entrepreneurship was almost non-existent in the context of what we are discussing today. There was no venture capital. It was all debt financing. And I was a 25-year-old woman trying to set up a business with 10,000 rupees in my bank account and trying to create a new business based on biotechnology which nobody understood. So I had huge credibility challenges, and I was considered high risk because I was too young to be an entrepreneur in the minds of the people who were going to lend to me. I was considered to be a high financial risk because I had no collateral to offer. I had no business experience. I had no sugar daddy. And I also was trying to do something which they thought was too daunting for a young girl to take on, which was about starting a biotech business which they themselves couldn't understand. So enormous credibility challenges, and of course I overcame them purely through sort of a sense of conviction and purpose, and I had to, you know, really make them understand what I was doing.
Tell us about that. Take us into one of those boardrooms, and what was it like as you sat there faced with, I'm assuming, men, asking you these questions as a young person? What were some of those conversations like?
Oh, they were very, very, some of them were very difficult conversations, and some of them were very interesting conversations. So the difficult conversations were, give us 2 reasons why we should, you know, give you loan you any money. What collateral can you provide us? Can your father provide a guarantee? And I said, my father has nothing to do with my business, okay? So I can give you a guarantee, but they didn't want mine, okay? I said, well, you accept personal guarantees from every other founder or entrepreneur, why not me? Is it because I'm a woman? So I would take them on head on, you know? I, of course, was trying to explain the business to them. I was telling them how exciting it was. They said, you know, why are you trying to develop a homegrown technology which is so risky? You don't know whether it's going to work. I said, well, that's what biotech is all about. No, why don't you license a technology? They were very used to licensing a technology and, you know, just basically manufacturing something out of it. And that was the engineering licensing technologies that they were very used to. I said, no, this is biotech. You've got to actually have a research capability. You've got to be able to do research. You've got to be innovative. You know, I had to make them understand what it was. So fortunately, I did get some people who believed in me and invested in me. And so I think I quickly realized that it was a case of, you know, clearly articulating what you were trying to do to the people who are going to lend you money. And they were all men, of course.
Right.
And I think I wanted to make myself, in their eyes, somebody worth investing in. And I met a few of those people who felt I was worth investing in. That's what turned my destiny. If I hadn't found those few men who believed in investing in me, I don't think it would have been that easy. And it was all debt financing, you know, interest at 16% those days.
Wow.
So it wasn't easy. And apart from access to capital, it was also access to talent. People didn't want to work for a woman employer because they felt I was not able to give them job security. So even today, when I look at the situation that women entrepreneurs are facing, you know, as we speak, I think access to capital, access to talent, and access to technology are some of the most formidable challenges even today. You know, I just want to put right, you know, I was at one of these Women's Day discussions yesterday, and I said, you know, there was a very interesting point of view put forth by one of the panelists, and she says, you know, in the venture capital world, a VC's question line, you know, the line of questioning for a woman who's seeking funding and a man who's seeking funding are extremely unfair. The woman is always asked questions about, tell us the risk of this business if you get married. Tell us the risk of this business if you have kids. You know, and these kind of questions. Whereas the man is always asked about, so tell us how big this business can be. Tell us what, you know, the risks of this business are. So you see the two questionings that go on between men and women are very unequitable, unfair, and unbalanced. Women have to be asked questions about their business, not about, you know, their gender-related issues, right? That's where we start this whole gender inequity, is what I feel. So I always tell my colleagues, so today, of course, thanks to ESG and, you know, the DEI component, I think I've encouraged HR and my managers and everyone who's involved with improving the gender balance to make sure that they really provide equal opportunities for women who are seeking a job in our organization. It's very important.
I hope that Manoj is taking note for his investors group, the questions not to ask the 75 women leaders.
Well, these are questions even HR asks in most companies. You know, which is where the problem starts.
I mean, I can tell you that it's not just women entrepreneurs, too.
No, that's what I meant.
Right? I mean, it's people ask them of women mountain climbers. You know, why are you mountain climbing when you have children? Well, the question that they never ask a male mountain climber. We'll leave that one for now. But tell me about Biocon. Has a huge presence not just in India, also in the West, and you have faced, you've really successfully created competition against some of the Western pharmaceutical companies. Not a feat for the faint-hearted. Tell us about the resilience and perseverance that takes, but give me some specific examples of what that looks like.
So I think the best example of, you know, risk-taking that I have personally, you know, taken. And again, I go back to this busting myths that women don't take enough risk, they're not ambitious enough, they don't think big. And I think I busted those myths, if I may say so. When I think about the risk I took when I got into this whole field of, or the segment of biosimilar medicines, the biosimilar pathway had not even been scripted in the US and European regulatory systems. And I was going to be making huge investments in developing biosimilars that will finally get me the big return that I was seeking for my investments from the US and advanced markets. And I thought that was a big risk. But what I did was I said to my colleagues, they thought I was taking too much of a risk for a small company like ours. And I said, no, let's follow the science. If we follow the science, I'm sure we will align with the regulatory guidelines. And sure enough, it worked out that way. And we had many firsts to our credit. We were the first company to be approved by US FDA for 2 of our biosimilar drugs. And we were the first company globally, again, to get an interchangeable label for our insulin by US FDA. So I think we did pretty well, you know, and in hindsight, I felt we took a risk, but we took a calculated risk, which worked out. And I think that's what really, in hindsight, makes me feel that, you know, I played a good leadership role. And even though I got absolutely, trolled, bashed, whatever you might say, for taking that decision of moving into biosimilars and investing so much R&D dollars into such a risky business. So I can tell you my stock price didn't move for many years.
Right.
And I was...
How many years?
Oh, almost 3 years, 3 or 4 years. And people were constantly kind of, you know, accusing me and alleging that I don't understand what business is all about. And that, you know, you're putting your shareholders' money at risk. And I would say, look, please don't invest in my company if you're so faint-hearted. So, you know, I've been through those times. But of course, once you start delivering, so it is about credibility building, you know. Everything is about building credibility. Whether it's about building credibility as a woman, whether it's building credibility as a woman entrepreneur, whether it is building credibility as a biotech entrepreneur, ultimately, the moment you start showing signs of success, I think that glass barrier or any barrier disappears. And that's something I want to say to all women here, that the glass ceiling disappears when you start demonstrating credible success.
Tell me about your thoughts on inclusion. Technology, inclusive technology can really help, especially when done mindfully. And I'd love to hear about your thoughts in the healthcare sector especially.
First and foremost, let me start by saying that a gender-balanced economy is a smart economy because it is smart and sustainable. And I really believe that without the inclusion of women in the economic mainstream or the economy in general, none of the SDG goals will be accomplished. And I really mean that. I think women have a big role to play in delivering on our SDGs. And that's why I think you need to be inclusive. That's why, and you have to be inclusive across the board. You know, I think technology is a great transformer. And I think women have to be part of that digital transformation if you want to see that change. One thing I do believe is that women are change influencers and change makers. You can see we don't come with baggage. And therefore, we are daring, we are willing to experiment, and we are willing to explore. You can see even in the political leadership today, of all the women who are playing very strong political roles, including our finance minister that you heard a while ago, we are willing to listen. We are willing to change if necessary. We are willing to experiment. If it doesn't work, we can do something else. But we are not afraid to, you know, take on those kind of, challenges or experimental, opportunities. I don't find men being able to do that so easily because they are very rigid, they are very worried. They are, I really find men are extremely insecure when it comes to bringing about change. What will happen to me? What's going to happen to the business? I don't think men are as big risk takers as women for that matter.
Who are your role models? Who do you look up to?
I look up to people who inspire me. And there are a number of men and women who inspire me all the time. Like right from my late father who inspired me and pushed me into doing what I am today, to my colleagues at work, to entrepreneurs, to unicorns, to, I get so energized in the city of Bengaluru because I often sort of hang around with young unicorns and want to listen to what is it that's driving them and what is their business model all about. And it's very energizing for me. I enjoy time with young people. I enjoy time with spending time with startups and listening to their ideas and helping them to form their ideas. So I think that I find very inspirational. Of course, there are the usual, people who've made it big and you can get inspired from what they've done. But I get much more inspired connecting with people and, getting that inspiration from people whom I talk to, from people whom I have, brainstorming sessions with. So that's the way I get inspired.
That's how you get energy.
And those are my role models. Because I feel if I spot one or two of those people who are really doing something phenomenal, I think I draw a lot of inspiration from them.
You mentioned you get inspiration from these entrepreneurs, from unicorns. There aren't an enormous amount of unicorns led by women, not just in India, but across the world. So what are the steps we need to take? You've got money in the room to get more of those.
So I think, I don't think there is a case of women not being able to do certain things. It's a case of giving opportunities to women to do things. And I for one find that women are beginning to start gaining confidence, to start businesses. I know a number of women who've started businesses, endured it for a long period of time, and I hope there's going to be inflection points where they can actually catapult into unicorns. I'm very happy to see that many new age companies do have women co-founders. That's a very interesting development. Of course, we have a few unicorns in India who have been very bold. Nykaa, the Nykaa founder, Falguni is one of them. But there are many others. And I also believe that over the next decade, you will start seeing more women running successful entrepreneurial companies. I really believe it's going to happen for many reasons. One is that I think the government of India for sure and governments across the world have decided to enable and empower women in a much bigger way than they used to do in the past. In the past, it was a lot of tokenism. Today, I think it is very serious because they realize that leaving women out of these very important areas is only going to hurt them. So that's why I said, a gender-balanced economy is a smart and sustainable economy. And I really believe that. And I know for a fact that all of us who have been successful are, influencing other women to take this bold step and to dare to dream and dream big, But I still feel that I've seen a lot of women-led, companies even in the US. I find that there is still a bias towards a young woman starting a business or a startup compared to a young man doing the same job. So we need to remove that bias.
Okay.
And it's about myths, and we've got to bust it.
Okay. What's next for you? What are you most excited about in terms of the impact you can make?
So, I think every one of us ought to be driven by a sense of business purpose. And my sense of business purpose has always been about making huge impact on global healthcare. And I have actually spent my entire entrepreneurial life in the last decade and a half to provide affordable access to life-saving and essential drugs. And in my case, I chose biologics, biosimilars, and complex generics because that's the most expensive part of healthcare costs. And I thought if I can make a difference there through innovation, and I felt that India had that capability to deliver on affordable innovation. And so that's my dream of saying, how do I make big impact now that I'm global? And I've just recently acquired, my partner's economic interest and created a very large biosimilars company. I hope it's going to be the biggest one day. And I want to do it with this in mind, health equity. To me, health equity, affordable access is my business purpose.
I'm glad to hear you're helping to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Well, thank you so much for spending time with us here at India Global Forum, Kiran.
Thank you, it's been a pleasure.
Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Welcome to India Global Forum, where India meets the world and the world meets India. Hear from the most dynamic business leaders and technology disruptors as they share their insights and secrets of success. Meet and network with the most influential, the most innovative, and the most enterprising. India Global Forum is the agenda-setting platform. Visit www.indiaglobalforum.com. Stay with us for an exciting Global Disruptor series with Divya Gokulnath, co-founder of Beju's, and Vanita Singh, founder and CEO, Velvet Lifestyle, moderated by Your Story founder, Shraddha Sharma. This IGF series does a deep dive into the minds of trailblazers whose cutting-edge innovative ideas have disrupted the market. Join India Global Forum Bengaluru, where New India meets the world and the world meets India.
Back. Well, it's time now for our Global Disruptors section. I'm delighted to welcome onto stage Shraddha Sharma to help moderate this. She's going to be speaking to two prominent women founders, so come on up. How are you? Happy International Women's Day.
A very happy International Women's Day to you too.
How's it going?
Good.
What do you think? Why do you think we need International Women's Day?
I don't think so we need International Women's Day because I feel every day is a Women's Day.
There you go. You heard it. The horse's mouth.
And before we start the session, I just want to say that, as a country, as people, as men and women, we really need to give a very standing ovation to this lady, to this woman, Kiran Mazumdar-Shaw, whom I absolutely love because, yes, you make us very, very proud, Kiran. Thank you so much. Thanks so much for inspiring us for years.
Thank you.
Now with this, I'm very excited to be part of India Global Forum. We're talking about unicorns and we are in Bengaluru where we only see, it's raining unicorns in our country. But then, unicorns are the passe. Now let's talk about decacorns. And then if we have to talk about decacorns and one of the most valuable startup in the country, then we have to talk about Baiju. And today I'm very excited to be talking to Divya. I hope Divya is here. We'll have a conversation with her to figure out how do you create one of the most valuable, impactful startup out of India. Divya. Now this is new for me. I will be talking to her virtually.
Hi, Shraddha, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Divya.
And
I'm supposed to find you in the front, but I will turn and see you. Hi.
That will be odd. And before Kiran ma'am leave, I say that Biocon was a dream for me. When I was I graduated. Now life took a different turn. I guess it turned out quite well.
Divya, happy to have you here. And what we would all, we're talking about unicorns, and this has been a fantastic year for the country. But Baiju, your startup is creating a phenomenal, if I may say so, benchmark. Because not only are you a decacorn, I've had conversation with you, and Baiju, you're one of the profitable startups out of India. Tell me, what does it take to create this kind of scale, this kind of impact, and this kind of business?
So if you look at the whole startup ecosystem itself, I think that's what it helps us also. Is there an echo?
No. It's fine.
All right. So if you look at startups of fintech, health, commerce, all of them become unicorns. Some of them become successful livelihoods. I think that's the initiation of the driving of startup ecosystem. Revolution, if I may add. Now it's created so many jobs. It's created avenues for innovation and disruption. So about us, Shraddha, see, for us it was a case of content intersecting with the need in society. Our aim was to create a billion-dollar company. It was always to impact the way millions of children learn. And more than valuation, our focus has always been on value creation. And when we are successful create that value for the student, the valuation automatically follows. Now, one of the reasons why Baiju is able to stay relevant is because we put this at the center of everything we do. So we've always been focusing on identifying, solving their requirements at stage, helping them move from passive learning to active learning. That's never changed. The mission has never changed. Secondly, our team. So our leadership is so consistent for the last decade of our existence. It's a family now. And wherever we go together, we hardly lose anybody on top, and we also manage to some rock stars along the way. So we do all the acquisitions of strong partnerships where it's the power of founding the founder mentality. So we'd like to leave that we wanted some of the best thinkers, some of the best entrepreneurs in the 21st century, further enhancing our impact. So there is no room for complacency. You met Baiju, met me. They're constantly on the move. They're constantly innovating with newer formats, newer offerings, newer subject, newer geography. So yes, we do firmly believe in growing, but growing sustainably. We've grown from 10,000 crores in a decade, but we've focused on profitability as well. And as a company, we're very conscious of capital, how much to spare, how to spend. The main beyond numbers will always continue our focus on making people fall in love with it. So this is how we see it. Technologies will evolve, formats will evolve, learning will evolve. Our purpose always remains the same. We exist to enhance human potential.
Divya, it's International Women's Day. I want to ask you when it comes to, and first of all, congratulations. What you've done, what you and Baiju both and the startup has done is unprecedented in our country, the kind of scale and reach that you have. But that brings me to the question that when it comes to education, there still exists gender gap. When you look at women, girls, and boys, what are you guys thinking about it? What are you doing about it?
No, I feel deeply about this. There is already and certainly a gender gap in education. And now with the pandemic, there could be a disproportionate impact of COVID on girls and boys. So many studies are bringing that to light. So studies which show that 67% of girls didn't even attend online school during COVID-19. 10 million girls in India could drop out of secondary school. So what is concerning is that the gender gap in primary and secondary education can actually create those barriers, early barriers for girls, especially to learn, to grow, to pursue their potential. So this whole topic of gender equity in education is so interesting, and we can do so much once we get into it. I'll speak about learning outcomes, for example. And there is no difference in the performance of boys and girls. So there was this National Achievement Survey. It was a huge study covering about 22 lakh students. It showed that boys and girls in elementary and secondary classes, they across the country learn at the same level. For example, their average test scores in math for girls and boys is in grade 3 and 5. It was 53 and 53 respectively. Absolutely no difference. And in class 10, scores are identical in both language and maths. But where is the gender gap? The gender gap is in the number of years of education that girls and boys receive, which widens with progressive years of progressive levels of education. I think that is what we need to solve. Because by class 8, almost twice the number of girls are actually dropping out of the schooling system. And this learning gap between boys and girls is widening from, say, less than 1% to more than 5% from primary to middle school. So there are a lot of things we can do. There is a lot of mind play over here. There is a lot of perception over here. So even when you compare boys and girls who are reporting similar levels of self-confidence and anxiety about, say, a subject like math, because math is, even though it shouldn't be, it's one of the most feared subjects. The gender gap is disappearing when there is no anxiousness. When there is anxiousness, the girls are performing more poorly. So what we've done, and Education for All is an initiative where we're looking to bridge this divide, and we've been very conscious of involving girls in our learning programs. Just to give a brief, over the last 1 year, from our Education for All, which is our not-profit initiative, we have 3.4 million students who are learning with us for free. We initially kept a target of 5 million children by 2025, but we've done so well, we've revised that to 10 million by 2025. And I think the most special part of it is that girls make 50% of those students. So we place a premium on collaborating with organizations that focus on out-of-school girls. So as technologies evolve, I think education will start becoming more accessible. It can provide a platform. We do have a long way to go, but it's about the right intent. It's about the conscientious effort, which can actually make a positive difference.
Thanks, Divya. We are at India Global Forum, and it's happening here in Bengaluru. You are headquartered here. Tell me and tell everyone what makes this city special, and especially for entrepreneurs, and especially that we are producing Decacon in you.
So I've been, I won't say born, but completely brought up in Bangalore. So schooling, everything I've done here. So I've seen the city evolve, transform, change over the last 3 decades. So in many ways, I can say it's a representation of India because of how diverse it is, right? You find people from all corners over here. So, and this diversity I've seen partly because of my defense background and partly due to the fact that Bangalore itself is so beautifully diverse. Probably because it's also one of the biggest IT hubs on this side of the world for the past 2 decades. And over the years, it's actually attracted and retained some of the best tech talent in the city. So maybe this sets the strong foundation for starting up in tech. We have so many successful startups built here: Flipkart, Swiggy, Zoomcar, Practo. I can go on and on. So as of December 2021, if I'm not wrong, while 4,514 startups were added in Bangalore, this is fantastic. But I should also tell you that it's almost competitive to get the best talent over here. So there is huge indexing on quality of the kind of crowd that you get. Maybe that's the reason why we have such growth, because I believe that processes will fall in place, but with the right people, you can do phenomenal things. So I think a large population of youngsters in the city also creates an audience of early adopters willing to try, willing to experiment new things, which is needed for a tech-based startup. So.
What does it mean for you? What has it meant for you to be a woman entrepreneur?
I'm so many people ask me about the challenges, but I'm actually an example of what a woman can achieve and do if things go right. If you're not brought up with that myopic lens of gender. I've been the only child to my parents, and I've been given the same exposure that a boy would have been given. So from my grandparents, my parents, all my aunts have been working. So defense, biotechnology, banking, all of these backgrounds. So inspiration was all around me. I've always grown up assuming that women can take care and also take charge, because I've seen them have loving families, but also make a career and a mark for themselves. So for me, this was but the norm to grow up, be independent. Of course, I didn't know that this is the path I would take, but I knew that I would make a career for myself. And so that's how it's been.
Thank you so much, Divya. All the very best. And we look forward to continued success of Byju. And as you expand globally, take the India story to the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Now, can I please invite Vinita Singh, co-founder and CEO of Sugar Cosmetics, onto the stage.
Which side?
Whichever. You know, I was just thinking that, should I say that, should I invite Vinita Singh, co-founder and CEO of Sugar Cosmetics, or should I say...
I prefer that
introduction. Or should I say, shall I invite the cool shark from the Shark Tank? But tell me, what has it meant? What has the show meant? Because we're just all hearing and observing and seeing what is happening on the show. So tell me, what has it meant for you?
Nowadays, whenever I speak somewhere, I'm counting seconds into the Shark Tank question because it's almost like everybody's like, okay, fine, get done with your part about business and stuff. Come to the real masala. But it's been fun. I actually decided to get on Shark Tank because in my own journey as an entrepreneur, and I talk about it a lot, that I've been an entrepreneur for 15 years and had lots and lots of, more than 100 investor rejections and a lot of failures. And I just thought that if I could share my story with other entrepreneurs. Last 2 years has been very hard for small businesses. In this entire bubble of VC-funded businesses, it's easy to get carried away by the fact that we created 45 unicorns last year, and there is so much money in the ecosystem. But there are a lot of businesses that struggled over the last couple of years and have been on the verge of shutting down. So I just felt that this could be a great platform, and those who were on the verge of giving up, even if 10 such companies decided to fight on and get through, because after a very, very hard phase, the good part always comes. It's almost like, the only thing given in running a company is it's all cyclical. And whenever you're going through a hard phase, the good phase will come. So just hang in there, keep trying. That was the idea. But I think a lot of things I didn't expect happened, right? First was, of course, the number of women who actually came to Shark Tank and got funded. More than about 48% of the people who came to pitch were women, and most of them got funded as well. So in my investments, about 55% of the capital I put in went to women-led companies, and same is the case for many of the sharks. It was, very eye-opening living in Mumbai and, having access to places like Delhi, Bangalore, and seeing that all the innovation is happening there. But then you realize it's in the smaller tier 3, tier 4 cities where people are really solving the problems of Bharat. And many times you think sitting here that, oh, this can't be a large market, but you have no idea what's happening in the smaller cities. So I feel that it was very eye-opening. I was living in a bubble, and my eyes opened, and I learned so much from all these entrepreneurs. And I'm very proud of the fact that this turned out to be also a platform where only 7% of the money went to people from IITs, IIMs. Again, unlike the traditional VC businesses, 93% went to founders from no-name colleges. And I feel that's the beginning of a big revolution, and I'm excited to be a part of it.
I'm just observing you. Incredible energy. Amazing. Tell me, Vinita, with Sugar Cosmetics, you've created a very differentiated brand, a product, and in a very short time, right? Because you're competing in a space where Unilever and P&Gs have been operating. And we all love Sugar Cosmetics. It's a lovely name, lovely brand, growing very fast. What does it take if you have to, in very short, tell all of us the real deep insight into what does it take to build a brand like that in an extremely cluttered market?
Yeah. So while everybody, looks at the fact that, okay, there is Unilever and L'Oreal in this space and it's cluttered, we actually were looking at not a change in cosmetics, but a change in women. And I feel that this brand was born out of just observing the fact that younger women were bold, they were independent, they were defining their own destiny. So they weren't okay with following, brands that their mothers told them to use, or on television seeing a celebrity and picking up the products that the celebrity recommended. They wanted to make their own choices. So we started as a brand just obsessing with millennial women and just trying to create the best product for them. I know it sounds crazy, when you say that, you create a cosmetics brand by building the best product. But really, if you look at the FMCG brands, they were complacent with the idea that the product is a commodity. And we really have this massive distribution and we have this massive ATL budget. So we don't need to worry too much about the product needs to just get by. And just on the basis of these, we'll be able to maintain our lead position. So we started with saying, okay, can we create the best product, which meant products meant for women who are stepping out. It's extremely long-lasting, inclusive products that even work for women with deeper skin tones. And social media and e-commerce made it so easy because it was democratizing beauty. You could just have a product with zero marketing spend, but on Amazon it would have millions of reviews and it would get discovered as a hero product. And so we were a product-led brand. And incidentally, what happened is, right, as on date, 65% of the women are under the age of 35. So this demographic started expanding, and it's in the next 2 decades, I feel it's going to belong to young women. And as the demographic shifts, a brand like us, so now we are 3rd largest in overall cosmetics, in the color cosmetics category and market share. We don't think that anything can stop us from being #1 in the next 10 years. And we're very confident about that because the shift that's happening in younger women making their own decisions is helping brands which obsess with them create products that work better.
We wish you the very best. Maybe next year or next year or next year. One of these years we'll meet for International Women's Day and you'll have the #1 brand in the country.
Thank you. I was almost wondering if you're going to end this conversation saying you'll be a unicorn, but thank you for giving me a target that I genuinely feel more excited about.
No, I get very excited about baby corns, though we are in Bangalore and we get excited about unicorns, but I think there's more to entrepreneurship than that. Now that brings me to the question about you as, and of course this is Women's Day and I have those questions, so I'm asking, what does it mean to build a business in India of today as a woman?
Yeah. So, last week I was in IIT Madras because they did this book on IIT Madras entrepreneurs. There were 16 of them. There was 1 woman out of those 16. And I remember in one of the conversations, the author had asked me this question and, saying that, why do you think, don't you think it's cliched that the only 1 entrepreneur out of 16 in a book of IITM entrepreneurs is running a cosmetics business? And of course, at that time, I really lashed out at him saying that, why is this onus of, always like trying to break the glass, trying to prove ourselves on us? I love my job. I love what I'm doing. I love the fact that we employ more than 2,000 women. I don't need to justify to you why my business is in cosmetics and not, say, deep tech. But later on, I thought about it, and I just did the math on the odds, right? So the odds are still stacked up against us. The good thing is that at all levels, it's changing fast. So if you do the math, right, in my batch, out of 450, there were 25 women, so 5% engineers at that time from IIT being women. Out of those, 50% of them got to work beyond the 5-6 years phase because, of course, family happens, men don't share the load, and it just comes on to women. They have, still less than 25% of the workforce is women. So you put another 50% odds there. Then all of these businesses, 16 were funded companies, except for 1, which is, of course, Sridhar Vembu's. But if you look at the number of businesses funded globally, which have women founders, it's 2.6%, right? So you multiply those odds, and then, of course, even after getting funded, only 10% of the businesses really scale. So when you multiply, and the compounding effect of odds being low at every stage, it becomes like a 0.05% probability. So obviously, in a book with 16 entrepreneurs, it'll be hard to have 8 women, which is where we should be going. But the good thing is, of course, at each of these levels, in IIT, in the current batch, there are 25% are women. So all of these are changing. So I'm very optimistic about the fact that, the next decade is going to belong to women entrepreneurs. We'll see a lot of them creating large businesses and inspiring stories like Falguni's, as I think Divya or Kiran had mentioned. So it is, it is for me. I was lucky to be at the right place at the right time. And even though I had 100 rejections, I needed only that 1 investor to believe in us. And they really believed in us and backed us continuously through our journeys of figuring out our pivot. But I'm very grateful, but I'm also very determined that it is important for people like me who've benefited from all of this to pay it forward. So I invest primarily in women-led companies as an investor. I ensure that 60-70% of our workforce is women. My goal is to employ more than 10,000 women. And I do feel that that's eventually going to have a cascading effect, because women employ more women, then they run their own companies, they employ more women. I feel that, you know, just having more role models and paying it forward continuously is what's going to help us really change. And someday there'll be a book of IITM entrepreneurs, all women.
Brilliant, brilliant. We have 2 minutes to go. If there is any question, then please ask. Quickly. Any question?
No Shark Tank questions. No, you can ask.
Okay. Cool. So, Vinita, what would you like to say to all the investors, because you faced 100 rejections, and I remember that number. Yeah. So tell me, what would you like to say? Because, you know, Kiran was also talking about that women get, you know, they experience different questions. Yeah. What would you like to say based on your own personal experience?
Yeah. So I think the questions have really improved or changed in the last 10 years. In the last 5 years, I've never had these questions being asked to me, at least, about, you know, what if you have children and so on. And that it was very common 10 years back. And I think there are a lot of these cohorts, etc., in these investment funds that are dedicated to women. I still feel that, you know, the real action will be the numbers. So I do feel that, and a lot of times it's, you know, considered that, is it right to have women-focused funds and, you know, have a certain corpus dedicated to women? And people question that. But unfortunately, what happens is that, you know, without that, the numbers are taking just too long to come up. And if it's going to take very long, we're not going to have enough role models. Just to accelerate that journey, I feel put your money where your mouth is. Really, you know, ensure that, like we have these you know, diversity initiatives, ensure that at least 20-30% of the businesses you invest in have female founders. Have that as a drive, not just, you know, having programs around. I feel this whole Women's Day, where one day we celebrate them and rest of the year there's nothing, no change. I think that's one of the things. But the bigger thing I feel that men need to do is really share the load at home. I feel that all investors, like the first, you know, they can come here and talk about how women entrepreneurs are better than men, etc. And then they go back and then, you know, they let women do 6 times more work at home than they do, including educated women. And that's a statistic, right? Women do 6:1 of unpaid labor. At the end of the day, we have a certain number of hours in a day and a certain bandwidth, right? So if you're doing 6 hours of homework where our husbands are doing 1 hour, it's not going to be a level playing field no matter what you do at workplace. So I think for all investors and men, solve that at your homes first. And I think that'll be the biggest contribution men can do, because they always talk about coming, you know, to the Women's Day celebration and being a part of the solution. So.
Brilliant. Vinita, very proud of you, and all the very best to #1 cosmetics brand in the country. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Digital revolution has changed the way we think. And in this era driven by information and technology, we at Delhi Hunt are committed to our mission.
Delhi Hunt was born with a mission to empower the next billion Indians to discover, consume and socialize content which entertains and enriches them.
Since our inception, we have been pioneering the online news aggregation world. Started with 700 print partners, we have successfully moved to recommendation-based, hyper-local, deeply personalized, vernacular content. Powered by artificial intelligence and machine learning technology, we are making path-breaking innovations. we are persistently working towards multiple recommendation model and A-logs, which has helped us in delivering personalized content mixed with important and breaking news notifications. Our innovation and drive to deliver the best has consistently positioned us the #1 consumer app.
We're the #1 app on the App Store in the news category. We're ranked in terms of time spent the highest by both App Annie and by ComScore.
At Daily Hunt, we believe in creating opportunities. An opportunity where we are blessed to serve Bharat by delivering you unbiased news, unbiased views. Daily Hunt, India's most trusted news app.
Carbon. It's helped build everything we have. But to keep moving forward, we need to leave carbon behind. At Standard Chartered, we believe money can be a force for good. So we're partnering with our clients to transition to clean energy where it's needed most. It's just one of the ways we're creating a brighter, carbon-free future. We're Standard Chartered, and we're here for good.
Digital revolution has changed the way we think. And in this era driven by information and technology, we at Daily Hunt are committed to our mission.
Daily Hunt was born with a mission to empower the next billion Indians to discover, consume, and socialize content which entertains and enriches them.
Since our inception, we have been pioneering the online news aggregation world started with 700 print partners. We have successfully moved to recommendation-based, hyper-local, deeply personalized, vernacular content. Powered by artificial intelligence and machine learning technology, we are making path-breaking innovations. We are persistently working towards multiple recommendation model and A-logs, which has helped us in delivering personalized content mixed with important and breaking news notifications. Our innovation and drive to deliver the best has consistently positioned us the #1 consumer app.
We're the #1 app on the App Store in the news category. We're ranked in terms of time spent the highest by both App Annie and by ComScore.
At Daily Hunt, we believe in creating opportunities. An opportunity where we are blessed to serve Bharat by delivering you unbiased news, unbiased views. Daily Hunt, India's most trusted news app.
There is a life designed for the kings. A life from the time we only know legends of. A time when palaces weren't built on reason, but sculpted on a whim. When luxury wasn't manufactured for the few, it was handcrafted for the one. A time when every inch was carved and sewn to unravel the senses. Hear suites of the world's most beautiful Maharanis and Maharajas tell untold tales of their life and time. Welcome to the living palaces of Taj. Welcome to luxury crafted by time. Wander through stories of love and valor and let your discerning mind sail across 4 centuries, where a dinner seems to be slow cooked for hundreds of years. Let your soul be spellbound by a spiritual days. Feast where praises echo effortlessly from one end to the other. Can you hear me over there? Your every moment is set in traditions as old as time. And many lifetimes seem to be rolled into this one. As your stay gracefully strolls along, you'll find that time has lost its effect on you. Here, yesterday is today, is tomorrow. The living palaces of Taj. Luxury crafted by time.
carbon. It's helped build everything we have. But to keep moving forward, we need to leave carbon behind. At Standard Chartered, we believe money can be a force for good. So we're partnering with our clients to transition to clean energy where it's needed most. It's just one of the ways we're creating a brighter, carbon-free future. We're Standard Chartered, and we're here for good.
Digital revolution has changed the way we think. And in this era driven by information and technology, we at Delhi Hunt are committed to our mission.
Delhi Hunt was born with a mission to empower the next billion Indians to discover, consume, and socialize content which entertains and enriches them.
Since our inception, we have been pioneering the online news aggregation world. Started with 700 print partners, we have successfully moved to recommendation-based, hyper-local, deeply personalized, vernacular content. Powered by artificial intelligence and machine learning technology, we are making path-breaking innovations. We are persistently working towards multiple recommendation model and A-logs, which has helped us in delivering personalized content mixed with important and breaking news notifications. Our innovation and drive to deliver the best has consistently positioned us the #1 consumer app.
We're the #1 app on the App Store in the news category. We're ranked in terms of time spent the highest by both App Annie and by ComScore.
At Daily Hunt, we believe in creating opportunities. An opportunity where we are blessed to serve Bharat by delivering you unbiased news, unbiased views. Daily Hunt, India's most trusted news app.
There is a life designed for the kings. A life from the time we only know legends of. A time when palaces weren't built on reason, but sculpted on a whim. When luxury wasn't manufactured for the few, it was handcrafted for the one. A time when every inch was carved and sewn to unravel the senses. Hear suites of the world's most beautiful Maharanis and Maharajas tell untold tales of their life and time. Welcome to the living palaces of Taj. Welcome to luxury crafted by time. Wander through stories of love and valor, and let your discerning mind sail across 4 centuries, where a dinner seems to be slow cooked for hundreds of years. Let your soul be spellbound by spiritual days. Feast where praises echo effortlessly from one end to the other. Can you hear me over there? Your every moment is set in traditions as old as time. And many lifetimes seem to be rolled into this one. As your stay gracefully strolls along, you'll find that time has lost its effect on you. For here, yesterday is today, is tomorrow. The living palaces of Taj. Luxury crafted by time.
carbon. It's helped build everything we have. But to keep moving forward, we need to leave carbon behind. At Standard Chartered, we believe money can be a force for good. So we're partnering with our clients to transition to clean energy where it's needed most. It's just one of the ways we're creating a brighter, carbon-free future. We're Standard Chartered, and we're here for good.
Digital revolution has changed the way we think. And in this era driven by information and technology, we at Daily Hunt are committed to our mission.
Daily Hunt was born with a mission to empower the next billion Indians to discover, consume, and socialize content which entertains and enriches them.
Since our inception, we have been pioneering the online news aggregation world. Started with 700 print partners, we have successfully moved to recommendation-based, hyper-local, deeply personalized, vernacular content. Powered by artificial intelligence and machine learning technology, we are making path-breaking innovations. We are persistently working towards multiple recommendation model and A-logs, which has helped us in delivering personalized content mixed with important and breaking news notifications. Our innovation and drive to deliver the best has consistently positioned us the #1 consumer app.
We're the #1 app on the App Store in the news category. We're ranked in terms of time spent the highest by both App Annie and by ComScore.
At Daily Hunt, we believe in creating opportunities. An opportunity where we are blessed to serve Bharat by delivering you unbiased news, unbiased views. Daily Hunt, India's most trusted news app.
There is a life designed for the kings. A life from the time we only know legends of. A time when palaces weren't built on reason, but sculpted on a whim. When luxury wasn't manufactured for the few, it was handcrafted for the one. A time when every inch was carved and sewn to unravel the senses. Hear suites of the world's most beautiful Maharanis and Maharajas tell untold tales of their life in time. Welcome to the living palaces of Taj. Welcome to luxury crafted by time. Wander through stories of love and valor and let your discerning mind sail across 4 centuries, where a dinner seems to be slow cooked for hundreds of years. Let your soul be spellbound by a spiritual days. Feast where praises echo effortlessly from one end to the other. Can you hear me over there? Your every moment is set in traditions as old as time. And many lifetimes seem to be rolled into this one. As your stay gracefully strolls along, you'll find that time has lost its effect on you. Here, yesterday is today, is tomorrow. The living palaces of Taj. Luxury crafted by time.
carbon. It's helped build everything we have. But to keep moving forward, we need to leave carbon behind. At Standard Chartered, we believe money can be a force for good. So we're partnering with our clients to transition to clean energy where it's needed most. It's just one of the ways we're creating a brighter, carbon-free future. We're Standard Chartered, and we're here for good.
Digital revolution has changed the way we think. And in this era driven by information and technology, we at Daily Hunt are committed to our mission.
Daily Hunt was born with a mission to empower the next billion Indians to discover, consume, and socialize content which entertains and enriches them.
Since our inception, we have been pioneering the online news aggregation world. Started with 700 print partners, we have successfully moved to recommendation-based, hyper-local, deeply personalized, vernacular content. Powered by artificial intelligence and machine learning technology, we are making path-breaking innovations. We are persistently working towards multiple recommendation model and A-logs, which has helped us in delivering personalized content mixed with important and breaking news notifications. Our innovation and drive to deliver the best has consistently positioned us the #1 consumer app.
We're the #1 app on the App Store in the news category. We're ranked in terms of time spent the highest by both App Annie and by ComScore.
At Daily Hunt, we believe in creating opportunities. An opportunity where we are blessed to serve Bharat by delivering you unbiased news, unbiased views. Daily Hunt, India's most trusted news app.
There is a life designed for the kings. A life from the time we only know legends of. A time when palaces weren't built on reason, but sculpted on a whim. When luxury wasn't manufactured for the few, it was handcrafted for the one. A time when every inch was carved and sewn to unravel the senses. Hear suites of the world's most beautiful Maharanis and Maharajas tell untold tales of their life and time. Welcome to the living palaces of Taj. Welcome to luxury crafted by time. Wander through stories of love and valor and let your discerning mind sail across 4 centuries, where a dinner seems to be slow cooked for hundreds of years. Let your soul be spellbound by spiritual days. Feast where praises echo effortlessly from one end to the other. Can you hear me over there? Your every moment is set in traditions as old as time. And many lifetimes seem to be rolled into this one. As your stay gracefully strolls along, you'll find that time has lost its effect on you. here. Yesterday is today, is tomorrow. The living palaces of Taj. Luxury crafted by time.
carbon. It's helped build everything we have. But to keep moving forward, we need to leave carbon behind. At Standard Chartered, we believe money can be a force for good. So we're partnering with our clients to transition to clean energy where it's needed most. It's just one of the ways we're creating a brighter, carbon-free future. We're Standard Chartered, and we're here for good.
Digital revolution has changed the way we think. And in this era driven by information and technology, we at Daily Hunt are committed to our mission.
Daily Hunt was born with a mission to empower the next billion Indians to discover, consume, and socialize content which entertains and enriches them.
Since our inception, we have been pioneering the online news aggregation world. Started with 700 print partners, we have successfully moved to recommendation-based, hyper-local, deeply personalized, vernacular content. Powered by artificial intelligence and machine learning technology, we are making path-breaking innovations. We are persistently working towards multiple recommendation model and A-logs, which has helped us in delivering personalized content mixed with important and breaking news notifications. Our innovation and drive to deliver the best has consistently positioned us the #1 consumer app.
We're the #1 app on the App Store in the news category. We're ranked in terms of time spent the highest by both App Annie and by ComScore.
At Daily Hunt, we believe in creating opportunities. An opportunity where we are blessed to serve Bharat by delivering you unbiased news, unbiased views. Daily Hunt, India's most trusted news app.
There is a life designed for the kings. A life from the time we only know legends of. A time when palaces weren't built on reason, but sculpted on a whim. When luxury wasn't manufactured for the few, it was handcrafted for the one. A time when every inch was carved and sewn to unravel the senses. Your suites of the world's most beautiful Maharanis and Maharajas tell untold tales of their life and time. Welcome to the living palaces of Taj. Welcome to luxury crafted by time. Wander through stories of love and valor and let your discerning mind sail across 4 centuries, where a dinner seems to be slow cooked for hundreds of years. Let your soul be spellbound by a spiritual days. Feast where praises echo effortlessly from one end to the other. Can you hear me over there? Your every moment is set in traditions as old as time. And many lifetimes seem to be rolled into this one. As your stay gracefully strolls along, you'll find that time has lost its effect on you. Yesterday is today, is tomorrow. The living palaces of Taj. Luxury crafted by time.
carbon. It's helped build everything we have. But to keep moving forward, we need to leave carbon behind. At Standard Chartered, we believe money can be a force for good. So we're partnering with our clients to transition to clean energy where it's needed most. It's just one of the ways we're creating a brighter, carbon-free future. We're Standard Chartered, and we're here for good.
Digital revolution has changed the way we think. And in this era driven by information and technology, we at Daily Hunt are committed to our mission.
Daily Hunt was born with a mission to empower the next billion Indians to discover, consume, and socialize content which entertains and enriches them.
Since our inception, we have been pioneering the online news aggregation world. Started with 700 print partners, we have successfully moved to recommendation-based, hyper-local, deeply personalized, vernacular content. Powered by artificial intelligence and machine learning technology, we are making path-breaking innovations. We are persistently working towards multiple recommendation model and A-logs, which has helped us in delivering personalized content mixed with important and breaking news notifications. Our innovation and drive to deliver the best has consistently positioned us the #1 consumer app.
We're the #1 app on the App Store in the news category. We're ranked in terms of time spent the highest by both App Annie and by ComScore.
At Daily Hunt, we believe in creating opportunities. An opportunity where we are blessed to serve Bharat by delivering you unbiased news, unbiased views. Daily Hunt, India's most trusted news app.
There is a life designed for the kings. A life from the time we only know legends of. A time when palaces weren't built on reason, but sculpted on a whim. When luxury wasn't manufactured for the few, it was handcrafted for the one. A time when every inch was carved and sewn to unravel the senses. Hear suites of the world's most beautiful Maharanis and Maharajas tell untold tales of their life and time. Welcome to the living palaces of Taj. Welcome to luxury crafted by time. Wander through stories of love and valor and let your discerning mind sail across 4 centuries, where a dinner seems to be slow cooked for hundreds of years. Let your soul be spellbound by a spiritual days. Feast where praises echo effortlessly from one end to the other. Can you hear me over there? Your every moment is set in traditions as old as time. And many lifetimes seem to be rolled into this one. As your stay gracefully strolls along, you'll find that time has lost its effect on you. here. Yesterday is today, is tomorrow. The living palaces of Taj. Luxury crafted by time.
Do you want the video for the set? Thanks everyone for being here. We're going to start our session. I'm Priyanka Deo and I'm joined with Mr. Prabhat Verma, who is the Executive VP Operations here at Taj Group of Hotels. Thanks Prabhat for being here. And let's just get started because I think we have a very fast-paced session.
Yes, please.
So we all know that the Indian hospitality industry, tourism was hit. And this was not just in India, but around the world. That was just common sense because of the pandemic. You are a professional in this industry. What were some of the biggest challenges that you faced?
So thank you first to all of you to bring back that momentum of getting into meetings in physical presence. So, and that's the best thing that can happen to break the COVID factor, as we call it. Challenges are huge because 10% of employment globally is from the hospitality sector. Right. And when you get down to zero income for a long period of time, you can imagine it was a very difficult phase that we have endured. Right. In 3 different phases of COVID, 1, 2, 3, yep. And hope not anymore. It has changed the way that we looked at hospitality, from saving life to saving livelihood, to reimagining ourselves how to deal with no income coming. We've come a long way.
Right. And the pandemic is still ongoing. So when you say that you've come a long way, what are some of the things that you've done to overcome and have us all here today?
I think to instill trust and confidence in people, to say that this industry is all about meeting people. We've got into digitalization, which is ultimate way that the world is shaping up. That got accelerated. We've worked on Zoom and Teams and whatnot. But what we did was to look at alternate revenue streams, and from staycations to vacations to homestays to delivering food. As Indian Hotel Company with different brands, we created 2 brands during the pandemic, and we launched it across the globe. We have a homestay of 72 of them already during the pandemic, and we are now serving meals with our brand called Cumin, and I'm sure you must have seen the Cumin truck. The whole ecosystem has developed during this pandemic.
That's a cool truck. That's a cool food truck. And I'm a personal, my favorite was taco trucks in the US. So I think if you get that, I'll be a visitor very frequently.
You know what else we have done? This is a digital app, the Cumin.
Right.
And in 9 countries where Indian diasporas are in greater numbers, you can download this app, order it from there for your loved ones in India, in 20 cities from 100 restaurants all across India.
That's amazing. Congratulations.
Emotional connect, very important during this time.
There you go. I love the title of this session, Bringing Tajness Back. Can I ask you what Tajness means? Because it really is a brand. And how are you resonating, especially with youth?
So, one thing I'll have to start by saying on a International Women's Day, Tajness, and we call it She's the Taj.
Okay.
So the whole warmth and trust and getting to feel that this is your own comes from the word Tajness. Right. It's become synonymous and adjective of staying with us in our hotels. It's a way that we come across, the way we treat our colleagues, our guests, and the whole ecosystem on a triple bottom line and beyond. And that's what is a culmination of all that comes as a behavior of Tajness.
And this property especially is very beautiful. I am a member of Taj, but I've been all over the country. This property especially is so beautiful. I think I was walking around and just enjoying it. I heard it has quite a history. So can you tell us a little bit about this property?
It's a hotel since 1887, a 10-room Bronson's hotel now as Taj West End, iconic vintage, heritage, legacy. And what Bengaluru stands for, the green lung, I think this 20 acres of landscape, does justice to Bengaluru.
Can't get better than this. Well, thank you so much for being here, and we appreciate you having us all over here. We're enjoying ourselves a lot.
We thank all of you. I think that's the spirit of Tajness in which we are welcoming you, and thank you for choosing Bengaluru. And thanks to Mr. Ladwa, Indian Global Forum. We as the Indian Hotel Company, as brand Taj, have been associated with them in London, in Dubai, and now in our own country here in Bengaluru. And we hope to continue this association.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Wishing you all the very best. Thank you.
Round of applause for We have a wonderful session with Ease My Trip up next, so stay tuned.
And the Senior Vice President of Operations for Taj Group of Hotels, and we cannot thank you enough for having us here in such a splendid property here at the Taj West End, Bengaluru. Thank you so much once again. I'll definitely be trying out that cumin food truck a little later on. So we move on to our next session, ladies and gentlemen. Just what does it take to build a unicorn and for it to stay profitable? Well, now we're going to find out through one of the co-founders of Ease My Trip, who's now going to tell us about his unique business model and the structure that they have used to maintain growth momentum, financial health, and to navigate their continued growth. Now, just a reminder, after the presentation, we do have time for audience Q&A. So I'd really like it if you could get some really good questions going, and let's make this interactive, shall we? So in the meantime, a very warm welcome to the co-founder of Ease My Trip. It's Prashant Pitti.
Hello, everyone. I hope I'm loud and clear. It's a privilege to be over here. You know, almost a decade ago, I used to be the one sitting, listening to the inspirational speeches, and now here we are. Before I start, a little bit about Ease My Trip. We started this organization in year 2008 with a meager investment of 15 lakh rupees. And in the last 13 years, we have created India's second largest travel portal, who's also recently got listed. About a year back, we got listed. Now, in our journey, there were two unique things which I'd like to highlight. One, we were able to grow this business till IPO without ever taking any money from either bank or any VC. And the second is, in the last 13 years, we have always been profitable in an industry where almost all of our competitors are loss-making every year. Now, I'm over here to share some of the learnings which we have also inculcated ourselves of how we were able to do what we were able to do in the last 13 years. So the first lesson which we learned was always start with the why and surrogate your way in. Start with the why and surrogate your way in. We come from a very humble background, and to match that, we actually started a very regular mom and pop travel agency. Now, we ran that for almost about a year. And then we realized that there are a lot of problems which travel agents must be facing throughout the world, which could be solved using technology. Those were the problems which we were facing ourselves. So we had a very strong why of what we were doing. We found that why by actually running that company for about a year. And then we started this organization only to serve travel agents, not for the regular consumers. We did that for about 3 years. And this way, we avoided fighting the giants who had raised tons of monies. Now, this was a surrogate way through which we entered. And during this 3 years time period, before we started our B2C wing, which is consumer wing, we created our technology, we built relationship with the airlines, and we built our operations. The second lesson is it's okay to not to be able to raise. In the beginning, we also tried raising money. We met a couple of investors. For some reasons, we were not able to raise money. Now, but very soon we realized it's better for us to start spending more time with travel agents, start meeting them rather than creating pitch decks. See, VC money is a great money to solve your teething problems, but it's not the necessity to your success. The unit economics of the company cannot be replaced by VC money just because there is an abundance of it. See, when there's an abundance of VC money, entrepreneur usually focuses a lot on growth rather than efficiency of the company. Now, each industry has a cycle of getting a lot of investments and then consolidation afterwards. This is how usually every industry goes through. So at the time when there is a lot of VC money, if you only focus on growth and not focus on efficiency of the company, 10 years later, when the money dries up, it becomes extremely hard to change the culture of the company. This is one common problem which I see. Plus, I think VC money solves a lot of problems, but then also there are some drawbacks. For example, in year 2011, when we were growing very rapidly in our B2B space, we were basically solving problem of travel agent. At that time, we decided to pivot and become a B2C company. Now, we were almost doing business of 200 crores annually. If we had any VC on the board, I bet this would not have happened. We would not be able to pivot. We could see the future, that 10 years later, everybody will be booking online and travel agent may even become obsolete. A VC, their goal is to look for the short-term value. In the short term, how the company is going to respond. But an entrepreneur's job is to look for a decade. And hence, there could be some misalignment. The third lesson which we learned is that over the period of time, by sticking to the basics, it compounds. It compounds very heavily. Let me explain what do I mean. See, we believe that businesses are done only for two reasons. One, to serve your customers very well, and two, to do it profitably so that you can serve them for longer duration of time. Every business has a unit economics and it must be respected. In my line of business, the gross margins are anywhere between 8 to 10%. For all the bookings we do, the gross margins are 8 to 10%. Now, almost 5% is gone in marketing, discounts, and payment gateway charges. Remaining 3 to 4% is there as a profit plus expenses of salaries and admin expenses. So, for us, it was a necessity to create a very different structure around. And we did this by using this hack. At Ease My Trip, we usually hire freshers for our call center department. And the ones who are overachievers, we make them go through the process of training, and we make them product managers, quality analysts, business analysts, and even designers. So instead of hiring people from outside, we promote people from within. Now, this strategy has worked out wonderfully well for our company. Almost 70% of our managers are the ones who have spent at least 2 years in our call center department. And those are the people, believe me, those are the people who know company better than even I do, since they are regularly on the phone. It gives us tremendous amount of moat and advantage to grow people from within, and it also keeps them motivated to do their job well. The fourth learning is, in the tough times, the entrepreneur's job is to find opportunity. Worrying part can be delegated. Obviously, you would know that for the last 2 years, the tourism industry was the hardest in the industry. Yet, at Ease My Trip, our profits have only gone up, even despite the pandemic. Now, there are a couple of things which we did very differently, and I would like to talk about them. First, as soon as lockdown was enacted upon, all the flights were cancelled, and everybody was looking for refund. Now, we as an aggregator, when we get money from consumers, we give it to the airlines, right? Now, so we were at the mercy to get money from the airlines or the hotels to pass back the refund to the consumers. Now, that takes time. So we realized the need of the hour, and we used almost 130 crores from our cash reserves, and we gave refund to consumers even before airlines or hotels gave money to us. Now, this created humongous amount of uproar on Twitter, where people were tagging our competitors, saying that, hey, my friend got money from Ease My Trip, where is my money? Now, of course, consumers do not know that it's not the problem of the other company, right? This instantly helped us become second largest from third largest. As soon as lockdown opened up, we were the second largest. Prior to lockdown, we were the third largest. The second instance I'd like to point out is right after second COVID wave. At the end of second COVID wave, we realized that people wanted to travel, but there is a hesitation. What if I get quarantined? What if I get sick? So at Ease My Trip, we came up with a path breaking feature, which is use Ease My Trip for no additional charges. If you were to cancel your flight ticket for any medical reasons, just upload doctor's prescription and we will give you 100% money back, even the money which airline is deducting. That our company will provide. Now, this feature got some of the people within the organization a little bit worried. See, we know how easy it is to get doctor's prescription, right, in India. So, and almost 12 to 15% tickets get cancelled. So, it would have created huge havoc for the company if all those people started uploading fake certificates. But if you put trust in people, they trust you back. We are only seeing between 0.5% to 1%. From all the 12 to 15%, between 0.5% to 1%, people claiming for the money because of medical reasons, which we believe should be pretty accurate. These were the learnings which I wanted to share, and I know the time is also running out. So thank you everyone for listening.
Well, thank you so much. An incredible story, it really is. And thank you so much. We do have a few minutes, as I mentioned, for our Q&A. So we'd like to give our audience a voice now. Please do not be shy. This is your one opportunity to ask any questions that you might have. So who would like to ask our first question?
We, of course, give them the money. We refund the money, which is either deducted by the Ease My Trip or the airlines. And that money goes to the consumers. There is no forensic way to find out.
We should have a microphone actually around, if there's a microphone. Yes, there's a gentleman in the back that has a microphone. Who would like to ask the next question? Yes, lady at the front, please, here. Tell us who you are and where you're from, please, as well.
Hi. I actually want to reiterate what you said. I actually switched from Make My Trip to Ease My Trip just for that very same reason, because Make My Trip gave me so much grief over a refund, but I had never read about the refund on Ease My Trip. But I was like, I'm just not going back to this company again, because I have been using Make My Trip for years and never had a problem, and they just gave so much grief over one thing. And so I think it's a great customer retention. It's great to put faith in customers, and they do reward you for it.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. In fact, it reminds me of one of the incidents. In year 2013-14, I was sitting at the call center, just trying to pick up some calls and understand people. Now, there's this lady, she is called up for some reason, and I kind of solved her problem. But then I'm seeing that she started using Ease My Trip only 4 months ago, and she has become a heavy user of Ease My Trip. So I asked that elderly lady that, ma'am, you are using Ease My Trip since last 4 months, and you are using quite often. So what were you doing before? So her answer was that she was using somebody else's website before, without naming them. But she realized that every time at the last page, the price changes, and that company charges convenience fees. So she thought that it's a hera-fairy which airlines are doing. She didn't realize that the convenience fees is actually charged by the OTAs. She thought that the airlines, seeing that you are actually needful for this flight ticket, they increase the price. So she said, Prashant, I found out that this convenience fees is the charge which OTA charges. And as soon as I realized it, I felt cheated for all this while. And this is when I decided that I'm going to find a company which does not charge me convenience fees. And that's how she started using Ease My Trip.
Well, it certainly is a brilliant model, and it benefits everyone, doesn't it? But I mean, how have your competitors reacted to this? They must be livid.
So far, we have only seen them increase their convenience fees, which is good for my business.
There you go. Yeah. There you go. Any more questions?
Yeah, hi. My name is Ravi. I'm from Bangalore. So IT experience and political organization experience. So but my question is, when I go to book the ticket, I don't know if this is happening in Ease My Trip. So I'm searching, right? And then the system is so clever that when I want to book the ticket, it increases the price because I've searched for it and I've not taken it.
Confusing with the convenience fees part.
No.
Okay.
That's just 200, 300 rupees, not that.
Okay.
It's the price of the ticket. Yeah. If I don't book it right there and I say, okay, let me take it later, and I search more everywhere, when I come back, the price has increased, and it's very dynamic.
Correct.
But for some reason, I feel that it's increasing because you need the ticket, and you're coming back and searching again.
So the prices...
Is it right what I'm thinking?
So at some level, I would say it's correct. The prices of the tickets are determined by the airlines. It's not determined by the OTAs. It's determined by the airlines, so we have to show the price which their data scientist team thinks is the correct price at that particular moment. However, to ease this problem, we have solved one way. You could use Ease My Trip on WhatsApp. There's a WhatsApp number 999-330-330. You could use Ease My Trip on WhatsApp. You can write Delhi, Bombay, 23rd February, for that matter, and it'll show you the price options on WhatsApp itself. But the beautiful part is, it will keep pinging you whenever prices changes, either goes up by 10% or less than by 10% for the same flight. So this way, we have taken away the pain for consumers to keep searching. Because one thing which we realize that most of the people are coming to search to know what the current status is. Now the system will automatically ping you and tell you if there is a dramatic price change, one way or the other.
But before the price changes?
No, it has to be at the moment of the price change. We don't know what prices airlines are going to put up at the time of price change.
So this is happening, right? Maybe you will have a solution for this.
So there's a possibility, and I wouldn't know about that. Those results are coming from the airline side.
I'm going to have to invite you to take this off stage, because I do apologise, but our time is up. I cannot thank you enough for being with us here today, though. Thank you so much for telling us about your growth story. I wish you nothing but the best in the future. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Prashant Priti there, co-founder of Ease My Trip.
We're live from India Global Forum, Bengaluru, bringing India to the world and the world to India. Our next India Global Forum will be in London on the 29th to the 30th of June. Join leading politicians, world business leaders and thought leaders as they discuss, debate and deliberate global geopolitical developments and their impact on India, the UK and how businesses can thrive in the face-changing global events through resilience, reinvention and regrowth. Plus, on the 1st of July, we'll be hosting the 4th UK India Awards, where we'll be joined by a star-studded group of over 300 VIP guests and influential figures from the world of politics, business and entertainment.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, so much to look forward to. That London leg looks very exciting indeed, actually. So in the meantime, we move on to our next session. Please give a very warm welcome to Nitin Mantri, one of my colleagues. He's going to be introducing our next session. A very warm welcome.
Thanks, thank you. Thank you. And yes, London looks very exciting. IGF taking India to the world. next session is on insurance and how insurance is going to provide security in a state of where we are in a permanent sort of crisis mode. And I'm very pleased to welcome our two panelists, Amit Malik, CEO and MD of Aviva Life Insurance, and Varun Dua, founder and CEO of ACO. Please, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Hi, come. Thank you. So, in the last 15 or years or so, we've witnessed financial collapses, a global pandemic, and more. And recently, a return to the kind of state-on-state warfare that you're seeing now. And most people thought, which was probably resigned to the history books, you're not going to have wars anymore, but clearly not. In this sort of what we call a perma crisis, insurance has become very top of mind for consumers in general and people in general. And in light of that, Amit, I'm going to kick off with you. Aviva has been about 300 years old plus organization, and you've weathered some fairly significant storms in that period, including COVID, of course, the recent one. And how do you think this pandemic compares, or this current situation compares to what you weathered in the last so many, 3 centuries?
That's an interesting question, Nitin. Thanks. If I was to look at it, I'd kind of see it in 3 parts. I think first is from a historical standpoint. Yes, as an organization, we can see we've seen World War I, II, many crises, a pandemic beforehand, and now a pandemic now, so all that journey, and I wouldn't go there. But I think what's important is what's held us good is our values in people. I think that's helped us weather this storm, and the customer focus. And also when you're such an old traditional company, it's your ability to innovate and adapt at the right time. I think that's helped us good from a historical perspective. When I look at COVID and how we've been able to weather crisis, I think there are 2 challenges that that we had and we faced. First is, when the whole world stopped, as I said one day, how do you help the customer kind of continue with it? Because as soon as pandemic started, everyone started to look at their disposable income and say what to do and what not to do. At least in the first phase of COVID, the challenge for us was to convince the customer that you should keep paying your renewal premiums because this is going to help. They realized this by the second phase, but the first phase, that was the challenge. And second, when the amount of adaptability that we had to bring in from a digitization perspective, how we quickly digitized, learned the skills to sell consultingly, which we don't do in a traditional organization. But I think the penny dropped for us was when we realized that while we will have digital tools, we also needed to educate our own customers how to use them. I think that was there. And the third point that I wanted to bring was that I think, before the COVID, people thought of investment as one part of their financial portfolio. The thought now is changing to say this is also one of the risk management techniques for myself and my family. So how I'm de-risking that, and I think that shift is where I think should benefit us.
That's interesting. Varun, coming to you, you launched ACO about 5 years back, right? And how have you been able to write things out and actually kept on scaling during the pandemic period? I mean, in the morning we heard the FM, and one of the questions that was asked was, has COVID accelerated the unicorn journey? And there was a resounding yes from a lot of participants. So tell us what's happened in the pandemic from an ACO perspective.
Yeah, so unlike Amit, who has a 300-year legacy, we have a 5-year legacy, out of which 50% has been COVID.
True.
So it's not a legacy to write home about, but I think it taught us quite a few things. To answer your question in terms of digital adoption or unicorn statuses, I think, of course, as much as a tragedy it is what has happened across the globe, it's definitely sort of pushed that adoption to levels that we have not seen before. I personally think, I've been in this business for a while ACO is about 4 or 5 years old. We've never seen demand for health insurance. There was no better advertisement for health insurance that could have, probably ever happened. When I look at it from a business perspective, we never had to spend on traffic for a product like health insurance. And there were just people coming in by the hordes suddenly to buy health insurance. So I think, yes, we've as an organization had to deal with a lot of things. I think most of our people have been hired during COVID. So a big part of the organization has now come on board post-COVID, given where we are. So I think aligning these people, continuing to service the customer at the point of when you are all haphazard because you're still growing, you're still setting up your processes and your people, and there are people lying in the hospital who are expecting money from you and delivering at that point in time, I think that's been, baptism by fire, if I can put it that way. But yes, I think the level of awareness, just the sheer understanding that people have that they need this rather than the age-old narrative that we have that insurance is a push product. I don't think the same is true, at least for a large segment of the population anymore.
Yeah, so it's become more of a pull product now. People are searching for insurance.
Absolutely.
We all started with this fact that Aviva is 300+-year-old, you're 5 years old. You're very kind of different companies, grown very differently, with different kind of legacy, and your legacy is very short so far. Tell me, what do you think you can learn from each other? Aviva, what can Aviva from a 300-year-old company learn from a 5-year-old startup, or a 5-year-old startup learn from the rich legacy heritage of Aviva? You want to go first?
Okay, I think insurance is one of those typical, it's not a hard infrastructure, but some sort of a financial services infrastructure, business, banking and insurance really, develop economies, develop the resilience of a nation in some sense. And I think one of the things for us to learn and which we look up to the large, balance sheet guys who have survived for hundreds of years is that they must have done something right to survive hundreds of years. It's not possible to survive hundreds of years unless you have some things going well for you. Whereas when we juxtapose it to our startup ecosystem, we have a lot more fatalistic ways. Either we succeed or either we succeed beautifully or we just fall by the wayside. I think for us, a 5-year-old company in this space, specifically in this space, I think this area for us to learn is how do we build that endurance? How do we ensure that we look at growth, risk in a well-adjusted manner and not really, specifically when you run a balance sheet business, you should know what not to do. Don't underwrite risks that you don't understand.
Correct.
So I think those are the kind of things that we look up to, because some of these institutions, whether it's a Berkshire Hathaway or an Aviva or a Swiss Re, these have been very disciplined. Not like they've not gone for growth or so on and so forth, but they've been very disciplined with the consumer's money and their own money. I think that's one of the biggest things that we look forward to. We would love to be a company which has at some point a 100-year legacy, but for that we'll have to be fairly disciplined. That's what we look towards.
Okay, discipline.
I think I'm just going to say whatever he said was for them is for us. So when we look at young startups, when we look at Acko, we envy the agility, the speed, that whole piece that can happen. For us, there's so much of process, there's so much of stuff that you need to unburden. I think it's a mindset that we cherish, that the new age companies bring in, fail fast and dream big. I think how do we bring that mindset into our culture and add it, make it a part along with our processes and the things that have worked for us. I think that is the challenge that we really envy them for. And the other thing, when I look at Acko specifically, I think I really envy them for the partnerships that they've been able to garner in last few years. And I keep telling my partnership guys, look at them. So I'm going to talk to Varun after this and get some secrets.
Okay, great. So Amit, on that note, you talked about the agility of Acko and the partnerships they built. So tell me, how are both your company, I'll come to you after this, how was Aviva innovating in these days time? Because I know you've also going through a digital transformation journey. So how are you innovating and what are the next steps for Aviva?
So, we are just putting the customer in the center and saying, what can we do to make this individual? So my challenge to my team is, why should I even have a customer walk into my branch? Why can't we let that servicing happen? So that's big. So, we were one of the first movers to do a 30-minute decisioning on claims process, where the endeavor was, if you sent us a claims request, how soon can we give you a decision while it gets paid? Similarly, globally, we've embraced digital in a big way. We were discussing about how Aviva Global is and where our learnings are from that whole digital ecosystem that we can look at from not only in India, but learn from our peers outside of India or competition outside. And those test cases, those labs are something that we are getting in. But the idea, again, is to say, how do we simplify the process? From a back end, we will take all the complexity. For the customer, we'll just give the ease. And I think that's the mindset that we are working.
Innovation for Acko.
So I think we've tried to go back to the root as to, so technology and innovation and all that is possible. But at least at Acko, we seriously believe technology is a tool to some end outcome. It's not the outcome in itself. So one of the reasons, couple of reasons why, insurance is hard to market or hard to sell or innovate on is primarily because of two reasons that we've at least understood. One is there's no immediate gratification when you buy a product. In a product like insurance, you just don't have any gratification. There's something in the future may help you, so there's no gratification. The second is there's also no need for the customer to talk to you once he's bought it. So there's low engagement and no gratification. This is a hard problem to solve. And most of us who look at our, I'm sure a lot of smart people in the room, when they look at their personal finances, they usually, it's not the best handled that way. There's always room to do better. We put out boring tasks. So this is one of those boring tasks where there's no gratification. So what you really need to do is, in our opinion, the innovation therefore starts from how do you just make that decision first an impulse, reduce the cost of trial, show some small benefit in a way which creates that gratification. That's really the vector on which we are planning our innovation. If I tell you to buy a 20,000 rupee product, you think about it, you don't understand it, and you'll procrastinate. We are all wired for, we're all monkeys, we're all wired for something here and now, right? Like it's hard to, think intelligently far ahead. So I think the innovation vector that we're looking at is, hey, can I insure your mobile phone when you're impulsively when you're buying it, because that's something you want. There's consumerism in it. You want the newest iPhone, and you don't want the screen to break. That's an impulse I can latch onto. That's a, when you're traveling, that's an impulse. We partner with Prashant meaningfully. We're trying to innovate on that side, on the travel side. These kind of products sort of get customers into the fold. And when they suddenly see value, if you can delight them at that point, then they start moving up the ladder. Okay, here's, you know what, I purchased my mobile phone insurance, now let me also insure all the gadgets at home. Because it's just convenient. Now I've realized it's convenient. I think you need to take customers along with you in a journey. That's really how we're looking at it. I don't think you can say, here's my big bang product and please buy it.
Got it.
Yeah. Just to add on to what Varun said and build on, I think from our own industry perspective, the challenge that we are facing when you talk of innovation in future is how do we start to hyper-personalize the product for the individual, and from there we would need a regulatory support. How do we come in, and that hyper-personalization is what the customer is going to ask. I think when you are underwriting me, you're looking at my medical data, you're looking at my financial data. Are you also looking at my health data? Are you going to give me credit for all the good things that I've been doing? And how do you build that in from an engine standpoint? I think those are the stuff that one would have to look at.
Fair enough. We have a couple of minutes before I ask my next question. If there's any question in the audience, we'll be happy to take a question or two. Yeah.
I have a question regarding insurance underwriting. The concept of insurance is to spread risk. So why is it that insurance companies are always trying to charge you a higher price if, as you said, for all these good things you're giving us a discount, but the whole concept of insurance is. So I have a problem with, somebody who's sick has to now pay like double the insurance, or somebody who had an accident now suddenly has to pay double the insurance, because accidents happen, and that's the whole concept of insurance, that you spread the risk across a lot of people so that everybody's not claiming at the same time. So, what is the underwriting process, and why is it always sort of stacked up against the consumer?
Yeah, you should look at the profitability of the industry and you may reverse your thought process that it's not, because if that were the case, the insurance companies would be making a ton of money, which I can assure you they're not. But let me attempt that. And I'll bucketize, something like car insurance and health insurance. These are very different subjects, and we all this has been my pet peeve. We all sort of put all of insurance in one big bucket. In car insurance, yes, your premium jacks up if you have an accident. There are two issues with it. One, of course, insurance companies want to theoretically I say, promote safe driving behavior. And therefore, if you have a claim, you have to pay more, because if you have more claims, your cost of insurance goes up. The challenge in India, however, is there is nothing called establishing fault. So you could be stationary and somebody else could just come and bang into you, and theoretically that guy's insurance should be paying for your claim. That doesn't happen in India, because our law enforcement establishing whose fault, no fault claim, and so on and so forth is just let me say where we are, it's too difficult. at how we've, so that should ideally happen. So you are paying only for your own fault. That is also if you're constantly having accidents. If you have one-off accident in 3-4 years, that won't jack up your premium. Here, the no-fault concept doesn't come in India because law enforcement doesn't. If you go to Dubai and you have an accident, everything just stalls. The police will come in and establish whose fault it is, and that guy's insurance pays it. So you don't have to pay. So that concept doesn't hold here. So everybody's premium kind of slightly jacks up in some sense. On health insurance, what you say, ma'am, is incorrect. You're not allowed to raise premiums after somebody falls sick. I don't know the case on life insurance, but you cannot. Let's say we underwrite someone and God forbid they get cancer 5 years after they bought our policy. We cannot jack up their rates. The rates are fixed, and that's the whole design that the regulator follows, and I think it's a fair design that you cannot. The whole purpose of buying it was to protect you from such an eventuality. So what tends to happen and why the perception maybe comes in is that as overall medical inflation happens, every 3-4 years companies raise rates because hospitals, advancement of procedures, everything is getting expensive. And once the insurance companies have to foot the bill, every 3-4 years they would raise rates generally. But they would not raise rates for a specific person to say, hey, you got sicker, so I'm going to charge you higher. That they're not even allowed to do by law. So overall the rates go up for everyone, not just the person who's unfortunately been sick.
Great, thank you. Amit, any views on that?
No, I think on the life insurance it's the same. When we evaluate, we may give you a different rate than what the salesperson would have depending on your medical record and history. But once we agree, before we issue, we tell you what the rate is, and if you are agreeable, then that stays till the term of the policy.
Great. Thank you. Time's up. So thank you for patient listening. And Amit, Varun, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Carbon. It's helped build everything we have. But to keep moving forward, we need to leave carbon behind. At Standard Chartered, we believe money can be a force for good. So we're partnering with our clients to transition to clean energy where it's needed most. It's just one of the ways we're creating a brighter, carbon-free future. We're Standard Chartered, and we're here for good.
Well, a huge thank you there to Nitin and his panel on insurance there. Very interesting indeed. If you do have any further questions, please do make sure you speak to any of our speakers in the upcoming breaks. Well, in the meantime, we're now going to turn our attention to sustaining an exponentially growing unicorn. And in this next session, I'll be sitting down with the founder of Mensa, which was founded just last year. Its self-styled house of brands raised $50 million pre-launch and is looking to scale India's homespun brands and take them global. Time now to discover how Mensa plans to stay profitable and maintain exponential growth. Please give a very warm welcome to Anant Narayanan, the co-founder and CEO of Mensa.
Actually, this will make it slightly more relevant for you, Priyanka. I'll give you a little visual. I don't know if you got a chance to look at the video. That's before and after.
Oh, I think there's a microphone on in the other room that we can hear. Do apologise about that. Right, fabulous to have you here. I wanted to start off. My first question was actually going to be on, how on earth you've achieved this record unicorn status, and you're actually the first in India to achieve this record status in just 6 months' time? But I'm going to get to that in a moment, if you don't mind. First of all, I'd quite like to know what inspired the journey to set up an aggregator like Mensa. Now, this isn't your first venture as well, so how is this so different?
Yeah, so firstly, thank you for having me. It's good to catch up again. I think we caught up maybe 4 months ago. So, so what we're trying to do at Mensa is build a digital global house of brands. So we're trying to build a digital Inditex or a digital Unilever. So in fashion, beauty, and home. Why the idea and why now? First, I think distribution, which is historically a moat for most companies, is now democratized with Amazon, Myntra, Flipkart, Nykaa. Right? You can reach 26,000 pin codes in India and anywhere globally through these channels. So that's changed. Second, with the cost of data and the mobile phones that we have, digital brand building can be done dramatically differently than what it was before, right? And third is, if you look at India, we have a vacuum of brands. If you take fashion, beauty, and home, which are the lifestyle categories that we operate in, there are less than 25 brands that are over $100 million for the size of the country, right? So there's a vacuum of brands. So you have a different way of brand building, and you have a vacuum of brands. So bringing those two together, I think for the next 10 years, you can build a great set of brands that become household names, both here and globally.
So what sort of made you sort of stand out from the rest, though? Because you must have a lot of competition, though. So what's been your sort of USP?
Yeah, so look, firstly, there are, you know, what we're trying to do is to partner up with great entrepreneurs, right? We invest into their business, usually majority, and then grow and scale them. It's a little bit, I think there were fintech panels earlier. Lending is easy, collecting is harder. I think likewise buying is easy. I think growing is harder. So I think the real differentiator here is execution. It's technology and execution. I think building a tech operating system so that you can go across 20, 30, 50, 100 brands. And I think being able to consistently grow and create some breakout brands. I think that's a little bit of what we're really focused on. And that's what gets us also excited. And that's why this business is so interesting.
So it's a nice mixture of everything, really, yeah.
Indeed.
So, as I was saying, Mensa holds the record for achieving unicorn status in just 6 months, the fastest time that's ever been achieved in India. Absolutely incredible. What have you done differently to lead to this result in such a short amount of time, do you think?
Yeah, so firstly, by the way, I think valuations follow value creation. So you have to create value. I think eventually investors invest because they want their money, which is their LP's money, to grow and scale. So I'm less focused on valuation and much more focused on value creation. If you think about value creation, we've been able to move relatively fast and we've been quite fortunate that we've identified the first 18, 19 brands that we've done have grown incredibly well after we've sort of bought them, right? Just organic growth rates have been very, very good. And why is that possible? Because one, we have a great team. I think, you know, eventually people bet on a large space and a great team and a profitable business model. And I think we have all three. So we have a very large space. It's a multi-$100 billion market. Second, we have an outstanding team that's come very well together. And third is we're building it in a manner that's profitable. So you're not very capital markets dependent, right? You need them funding to be able to buy more brands, but you don't need it to run and grow them. And I think there is recognition in the market that that's a great sort of business model. And you can run an e-commerce tech business quite profitably.
So were you surprised yourself that you managed to do this in such record time? Or would you have maybe wanted a bit more time? Have there been challenges that have come with that?
So I would say, look, we always want more time. I mean, this is an execution game. But the way I think about sort of fund and fundraising is you sort of raise money when there is money available and there are people excited about your business, right? But you spend very carefully. You don't sort of raise and just spend all your money. So I sort of separate the two out. So that's one. And second is, look, 90% of the time is spent on sort of building a great business, right? And 10% on sort of fundraise and all the rest. So I think that's how we're sort of spending the time, which I think is hopefully what investors appreciate as well.
I suppose you've got to strike while the iron's hot, haven't you? When it comes in, you just got to take it.
Yeah, you do. And I think, look, it's one, not a winner takes all, and two, we're trying to build this for the long term. So I think it's great. I mean, I in fact sometimes wish that we didn't have this fastest tag, because I fundamentally believe we're here to build a long-term business. If you think about building a digital Unilever or digital Inditex, it's not going to happen in a year. It's going to take a decade to do. And we're very focused on building it and sort of building it right.
Now, your background, I think you started in McKinsey, didn't you? Tell us about
Guilty.
some of the... Sorry?
Guilty, yes.
Yes, guilty. So tell us about some of the core values from that you've taken on throughout your entrepreneurial journey.
Yeah, so I think one thing that McKinsey did really well is there's a value actually which we've continued on to Mensa. It's called caring meritocracy, right? It's basically saying, look, you hire fantastic people, and it is a meritocracy, so performance matters, but how you deal with performance actually has to be done in a caring way. So it's a great way to get great talent in, develop them and grow them, and I think that's sort of stayed through. I think the rest of it, maybe not as much, right? Because very different business models. But I think the people aspect of it, I think has really carried it through. And it helped in Myntra, where I was before, and MedLife as well.
Going back to the brands that you've got under your umbrella, what do you look for when acquiring brands then?
Yeah. So there's no formula, but we look for three things. We look for great founders, because the founders stay with us for between 2 and 5 years. We don't do a full buyout. They stay with us and grow and scale. Second, we look for customer love, right? Which is something that you can't make up, right? Either you have it or you don't have it. We try the product, we look at reviews and ratings and all of the rest. And third is we look for a moat. What is it that has been built over the last 3-4 years that is defensible? It could be sourcing, it could be design, it could be some aspect of the business, but has the founder and the team built something that's interesting and defensible? So these are the three broad things we look for. Of course, there are financial parameters and all the rest, but these are the three major things that at least I spend time on to make sure that we have a clear answer.
Mensa's been supporting some incredible brands, the latest being Pretty Crafts, is that
Right.
correct?
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit more about, how you add value to your brands as well.
Yeah, no, so I think that's a lot of the work. Actually, the buying part, as I said, is relatively easy. We work on brands on both the supply side and the demand side. So supply side is, how do we actually improve the selection of the brand? How do we improve the operations of the brand? How do we improve consumer experience of the brand, etc., right? A lot of it is done through technology. On the demand side is what we call classic growth hacking, which is how can you grow while paying the minimum Google, Facebook, Amazon, Myntra, Flipkart tax that you possibly can and continue to grow and scale the brand. And third aspect is how do you actually do brand building, which is for the brands that are breaking out, how do you invest in viral marketing that starts to make them more of a brand? To give you an example, we have a brand called Villain, which I'm very excited about. It's a terrific fragrance brand and men's accessories brand, growing at north of 400% year on year, right? And it's fantastic. We have an ethnic wear brand since it's International Women's Day. By the way, 50% of our founders are women that we're partnered with. So I'm really excited about it. Right? It's 50%, right? So we have a brand called Karagiri, which is a sari brand, which we are now selling not just in India but globally. So to the India Global Forum, we're taking the India brand and taking it to the US, the UK, and so on, where there's an India spora, right? So, so those are the kinds of things that we actually do. So we open up new channels. We use technology for both supply and demand side improvements, if you will.
Very good to hear, very good to hear. What is the vision going forward for Mensa then? How are you going to continue this growth trajectory?
So I think three parts to it. First, as I said, it's a long-term compounding game. We're not in a rush. I think we're trying to build this right for the next 10 years. Success for us in 5 years is, if 10 of the 100 brands that we have at that point of time become household names, so you can recognize them here in the US, in the UK, right? They become global brands from India, and I think that hasn't happened yet. So that would be one marker of success. I think the second is would love to be known as a great place to work. I think the journey matters as much as the destination. So we would love to see if we can actually nurture great talent. Flipkart and Myntra that I was at has spawned a whole series of entrepreneurs, right? That have all done incredibly well. So we would love to do the same, right? So great place to work is the second big thing that we would do. And I think the third is really using technology very differently for brand building. And I think would love to sort of be known as sort of the tech-led house of brands, right? So, genuinely having technology that allows us to do non-linear things, whether it's pricing, whether it's any aspect of retail and brand building. Could we rethink and reimagine that for this century, given the technology that we actually have? So I would say those are the three. I think maintaining growth momentum is important. Doing it profitably and maintaining the growth momentum is the real key to it, which is what I think we're very focused on. So you get both parts of the equation right, not just one.
We are running out of time, sadly. that's actually all I've got, and I'd really love to throw out to our audience to hear if any of our audience members have any interesting questions for us up here on the stage. Do we have any questions from our audience? Yes, please do pass over the microphone. It's always nice to make it a little bit more interactive, isn't it? See what our audience thinks and what they have in mind as well. Do we have a microphone ready? Yes, please do go ahead.
Hi, Anand. Good evening. My name is Abhishek. I'm from True Beacon. What runs in your mind when you build such multiple brands across different parts? Like you have.
Sorry, could you speak up a little?
My question is, how do you think of creating such different and unique brands? You started off with first Myntra, and then you now moved to MedLife, and then you went to Mensa. So, I mean,
they all have M in common.
Yes.
That's not how I made the decisions, though. Look, a bit of this is it's serendipity plays a big role in my view. So I was at McKinsey and I'd met Sachin and Binny at an event like this, and that's how Myntra happened, right? So a lot of this happens by chance. It's not like you script it, but I think the key is to sort of roll with the punches and enjoy the journey. So I think it's more serendipity. I think Mensa and starting Mensa, however, was a conscious choice. And there I felt like the next 10 years, there's a real opportunity to build brands very differently. So that's why I decided to sort of do Mensa. So, but the path it is what it is.
Sorry, just a follow-up question. What prompted you to take so much of risk? That's all.
So I don't think of it as taking risk. I think of it as betting on yourself. I think there's risk involved in almost all decisions. And obviously you have to be thoughtful about it financially at various points of time. I started up much later. I did 15 years at McKinsey first. So concepts of risk also changed with that. But I felt like if you enjoy the journey and you can build something special, I didn't want to regret not doing it. Right? I didn't want to sort of, the famous sort of, I think it's Steve Jobs, but the famous thing about you don't want to look back when you're 85 and say, you haven't taken any risk, but you haven't done something exciting either.
But do you think it's also quite a good idea to get the experience beforehand, before becoming an entrepreneur? Because as we were saying with the minister yesterday, it's very fashionable to become, everyone wants to be an entrepreneur,
right.
But no one realizes it's a 24-hour job. So
it is.
What was your recommendation?
My recommendations, I don't think age matters at all. I do think depending on the startup experience matters. So what we're doing now requires a little bit more experience because you combine investing plus operating plus financial rigor plus whatever. But I think I think it has to be an idea that catches you and that you're passionate about. I think what most people don't realize is it's a slog. I think people talk about your valuation, people don't talk about your day-to-day. So I think the day-to-day is tough as an entrepreneur, and I think that never goes away. So the key to doing this at whatever age is, one, be financially prudent so that you can feed your family and put your kids through school and all the rest. And the second is be passionate about the idea because tough times are going to come. And so you're going to ride through the cycles and you're going to keep at it till it actually lands somewhere, right? So I think that's the second thing that I would say is important.
Very good advice there, thank you. We do have time for one more, two more. And there's a gentleman at the front here as well after.
Hi, should I?
Remember, I didn't heckle you, Prashant.
Yes, please go ahead.
Can I go ahead? Okay. My name is Ravi Anand. I just wanted to know why this name Mensa, because as soon as I heard Mensa, I thought it was a perfume or a men care product. And
right.
How did you come up with this name and idea?
Most other people think of it also as a high IQ society. It's none of those three.
Yeah.
Mensa actually means constellation. So we're trying to build a constellation of stars. Each of our brands is a star. So we want to make a constellation of stars happen. So that's why the name Mensa, and it also followed the M theme, but that wasn't the most important.
And my next question was on IQ, because I heard you require 98 to be on Mensa.
No.
So if you have less than that, can we?
No, there's no IQ thing. So
all right,
very quickly, the gentleman at the front here. Very, very quickly. I think we've got time. Yeah, we've got a few more seconds here.
If you had to guess out of your stable of brands, which sector do you think will produce the first Indian global brand?
Beauty.
Beauty.
I think beauty and personal care. I think it translates across, and there's Indian ingredients that go across.
Big business, isn't it? Yeah. And very quickly, I think we'll quickly throw over. Oh, sorry, he's taking the microphone away from you. Sorry. Very, very quickly, final question of the session.
All right. So for the entrepreneurs who are listening to you right now, what are the reasons they should choose to be part of Mensa, not the others?
Great team, lots of wine from my personal wine collection, and the ability to build the coolest brands on the planet.
Great. Good answer.
And that's all we've got time for. Some fabulous questions, by the way. Thank you so much for those.
Thank
you
you
so much for joining us. Really brilliant
Thank
chatting with you. Thank you so much.
Great.
Brilliant. Please do hold on with us as well, because we are going to move on to our next session with Priyanka Dio, Deputy Editor of TV9 Digital, who is now going to be looking into 24 hours in the life of a Chief Inspiration Officer. So please don't go away. Thank you so much again. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Hi again. Good to see you. We now would like to call Mr. Amitabh Shah, who is the founder and Chief Inspiration Officer of Yuva Unstoppable. Amitabh?
Thanks, Priyanka. Hi.
So we were talking just a little bit outside, and I was hooked onto your story. So let's just start out with Yuva Unstoppable. What is a Chief Inspiration Officer?
So Chief Inspiration Officer is someone who keeps getting inspired by everybody else. So, who gets inspired by the maid who's working, 14 hours a day to take care of her children's education, by the security guard at Taj, who's there saluting everyone, by the waiters outside taking good care of us, by the teachers, the frontline warriors. So Chief Inspiration Officer is someone who keeps getting inspired by everyone and tries to bring a smile on other people's faces.
That's fantastic. And you are doing some fantastic work all across the country, especially during the pandemic. Can you tell us a little bit about what Yuva Unstoppable does?
Sure. So there's about 1.1 million schools across India, the government schools. A lot of these schools, for 400 girls, there'll just be 1 or 2 bathrooms. The dishwashing, drinking, hand washing area will simply be 1 faucet of water. Forget a smart classroom, they'll paint the wall black and write on it with a chalk. So what we have done is we've kind of rejuvenated about 3,000 schools across the country for about 3 million children. So for every 40 girls, there's a separate bathroom. For every 40 kids, there's a separate faucet of water. And we tied up with Google to put in the smart classrooms so that, how we learned about liver, kidney, Gandhiji in a textbook growing up. This is all done through audio visuals. So in Karnataka, it's in Kannada. In Gujarat, it's in Gujarati. In Maharashtra, it's in Marathi. And what we have observed is the children improve their maths and science almost 4 times more due to digital learning.
Okay.
So we've got 3 million kids in these 3,000 schools. And also during COVID, we worked with the Honorable President's inspiration, and he came to a couple of our programs and said, why don't you focus on vaccinating the vulnerable elderly? So in the US, they were giving beer as an incentive and $100 to get vaccinated. So we went to the villages where there was 1 or 2% vaccination ratio and gave them 1 liter of cooking oil.
Great.
So we procured almost 3 million liters of oil and gave it to all the dada dadis who are not coming to get vaccinated. In the centers where there were just 2-3 people coming every day, there was lines of 500 dadimas outside to get the tail and get the vaccine. So we were able to turn these villages into 100% vaccinated in less than a week's time.
Awesome.
So, yeah.
That's a round of applause for that. That's fantastic work, actually. Can you tell me a little bit about, since you're the Chief Inspiration Officer, what inspired you to do this type of work?
Sure. So usually, we always say, I'm inspired by this billionaire or this politician or this celebrity. In my case, I got lucky. And I was inspired by my nanny.
Oh, really?
So my nanny, दूध का glass लेके पीछे आती थी, she was, putting oil in my hair, bathing me as a baby. Her name was Kamlaba. I went to Yale for my MBA. And one of the summers when I'd come to Ahmedabad, which is my hometown, I saw Swadesh, which some of you might have seen with Shah Rukh Khan. And I told my mom, I want to go and find my nanny. So she was close to Nirma University. There's a village called Gota Chokadi, and she was sitting under a tree, only weighed 25 kgs, skin and bones, 82 years old. And I found out that she was being abused by her kids, just being fed